On the side, so, boy. Thanksgiving. All right. Tune in, tune in, tune in. It's the 6th annual St. Kitts Nevis Restaurant Week virtual cook-off. See, we getting ready, we getting ready. Who is gonna be? Who is gonna be the winner? Who will be going home with this trophy, $1,000 and bragging rights for a whole year. Woo. I like this. I like. We have in the red corner. We have the yellow corner, the white corner, and the green corner. Yeah, but we didn't start yet. So we start. We can introduce them. And we have the world-renowned judges. See them up there. Woo. So right now, what I do is share the live. Call a friend to tell a friend to tell a friend. Share the live, share the live. We're gonna start just now. We're gonna start just now. It's the St. Kitts Nevis Restaurant Week cook-off. Virtual cook-off. Yeah, so I'm gonna taste the food online. You are gonna smell the food online. Woo. The heat is on. The heat is on. So in the meantime and between time, I'll just share the live. Share the live. We live on Facebook. We live on YouTube, Channel 95, BET, VH1, Instagram, Twitter, People Show, Pep TV, worldwide, baby. I want to big up my Nevis massive, St. Kitts massive, Anguilla, St. Lucia, St. Martin, Montserrat. Hey. See the cameraman just there. We done live, eh? We already live on Facebook, on YouTube, and the rest social media pages. So you set, you ready? Give me a thumbs up if you're ready. All right. So you ready up here? Thumbs up. You ready over there? Thumbs up. You ready, chef? You ready there? Thumbs up. You ready? All right. See there? You want to give me a little bounce? You just want to get started. Get over with it. It's the 6th annual St. Kitts Nevis Restaurant Week virtual cook-off. Right here live at the St. Kitts Echo Park. Heat is on, boy. Woo. In the meantime, in between time, everybody share the live. Share the live right now. Share the live. All right. Yes, nobody preparing, getting everything, the final touches. Well, in the meantime, between time, let's get to know our judges. Judge number 1, what is your name?
Jason Lynch.
So tell us a little bit about yourself.
Chief Operating Officer of Carambola Limited, as well as the owner, one of the owners of Sweet Pot.
All right, so what are your expectations for today?
Very high expectations. The initial round where we did it virtually was pretty good, quite entertaining, but missed out on actually tasting, smelling, and all of that.
Crazy.
Yes, man. So now we get the opportunity to do that.
All right. Judge number 2, what is your name?
I'm Claire Rossi.
Okay, and tell us a little bit about yourself.
I'm a retired chef. So I love food, so that's why I'm always involved in these things.
So what are your expectations for today?
Well, very much like all the others. You know, we've seen them on our virtual tasting, and we could see, their execution and stuff, but now we actually have to taste the dish because obviously their dishes were very exciting, and we could see how they were doing it, but now we have to actually look at them and taste.
All right, you see them got a spoon up here on the plate, Amazing minds. Last but not least, what is your name?
Good afternoon, I'm Peter Marshall.
Okay, and tell us a little bit about yourself.
I'm originally from Barbados. I'm living in St. Kitts maybe for the past 11 years now. Wife is Patrician. Executive chef. I'm also a culinary lecturer at the Fitzroy Bryant College.
Wow, so what are your expectations for today?
High expectations from the videos that we would have judged a couple of weeks ago, honestly. I'm really looking forward to seeing what these guys are bringing to the board once again today as well.
All right, there you had it from the 3 judges. Woo, boy, hey, I kind of vexing me and a plate. You see the judges, them got a spoon, the fork, and the plate. So the whole thing, and none, me ain't tasting nothing today. Everybody on Facebook and YouTube, share the live, call a friend to tell a friend. It's the 6th annual St. Kitts Nevis Restaurant Week virtual cook-off. So we're gonna kick it off in a bit. We're gonna kick it off in a while. So we're just letting the judges them settle. Go over the criteria, the rules and regulations, the time limit. One lucky chef will be going home with this trophy and $1,000. Also bragging rights for a whole year. Getting ready. getting ready. Are you share the life? Share the life. All right, we're gonna let the chef them in the red corner. What is your name?
Pearl Bergen.
And where you from?
Nevis, Ramsbury side.
So who you representing today?
Myself.
And?
Me, myself, and I.
Nobody else? What are you telling me you're representing?
Nevis and Ramsbury.
And also?
Charleston Secondary School. I'm a teacher there.
And then your boasting sister came from all the way?
Sandy Point.
You're also representing SP with the best beat?
Yes.
So what do you have for us today?
Okay, so today I'm making pumpkin tortilla to do a shrimp taco and a sweet and sour pumpkin sauce.
Ooh, all right. Well, all the best to you. Let's go. And in the yellow corner, hailing also from Queen City, Nevis. What is your name?
Risa McCoy.
And you're representing?
Morning Star and Charlestown.
All right. So what do you have for us today?
Okay, today I'm going to be doing a plantain puff. Yeah, and it's going to be finished with a nice sweet sauce.
Ooh, plantain puff with nice sweet sauce. Judges are give me some of that too, you know. I am going to be tasting these foods today, you know. So give it up. We into the white corner now. What is your name?
Yaniro Henry, out of Deep Bay, small town, smallest one on the island, I think, almost.
So what you have for us today?
Well, today we're gonna do pan-seared snapper fillet, topped with mango coconut salsa and some green plantain fries with a nice garlic sauce.
All right, with all the best. Are we going down by the green corner? Last but not least, what is your name?
Larry Monrose.
And who are you representing today?
Royal St. Kitts Village and William Corner.
All right, so what do you have for us today?
It's a very simple, delicious dish. Roast breadfruit. Roast breadfruit hash with seared tuna. Very simple, very delicious. Something that everybody can do at home. And I want everybody to try it at home.
Any secrets?
It's delicious. That's the secret. It's really delicious. And like I said, it's quite easy because everybody knows how to use breadfruit. We all have leftover breadfruit at home. I'm sure if I go in your fridge right now, you have leftover breadfruit. So when you go home, make sure you try the breadfruit hash. Whether you have it boiled or roast or whatever, try your roast breadfruit hash. Okay?
All right, all the best. And there you had it from the 4 shift team. Oh, you share the life, share the life. We're gonna start just. Okay, I have a question. I have a question for everybody online right now. I have one question. Hey. Okay, I'll come back. Right. I have a question for you virtually. So the first person to answer correctly online is going to win a what, you say? Hold on. They're going to win 100. What you said they're going to win? $100 voucher from Rams. The first person to get it right online. Well, you know, this is the 6th annual. So give me the past 5 ingredients from year 1 to year 5. The past 5 ingredients. This is year 6. The first person to get it right win $100 gift voucher from Rams. Let's go. Let me go online right now. Let me see if anybody. Let me get it on. All right. Let me go online and see if anybody. Name the past 5 ingredients. Yeah, big up Scotty Hanley. We at the St. Kitts Echo Park. Okay, I see answers coming in. Scotty, they say share the live. Wow. It's the 6th annual St. Kitts Nevis Restaurant Week virtual cook-off. So the question is, name the past 5 ingredients. And the first person to type it, put it in the comment section. The comment section, win yourself $100 gift voucher from Rams. Let's go. Let's go. Yeah, big up Molly Media. Share the live. Share the live right now. Share the live. We're live at St. Kitts Echo Park. It's the 6th annual St. Kitts Nevis Restaurant Week virtual cook-off. Yeah, don't forget, before you share the live, sanitize. Sanitize your keyboard. Sanitize your hands, sanitize your keyboard, sanitize your mouse. Build up your immune system. Yes, Scotty, big up. Okay, I see people commenting.
You don't know big up all the sugar band massive. Big up all the Hub City massive, you don't know. 2018 Black Sand Bang along.
Solika, you're close. Miss White, you're close too. Let me make sure. Oh. I want to big up everybody on the live. We have a question for you. Name the past 5 ingredients. And win yourself $100 gift voucher. Compliments Rams. No, you can't answer it. It's virtually. So everybody online. Remember the streaming on Facebook, YouTube, Channel 95, BET, VH1, Instagram, Twitter, Pep TV, People Show. Yeah, it's going worldwide. Anybody else? Keep trying, keep trying. I seen pumpkin, sweet potato, coconut, breadfruit, star fruit. Are you close? Breadfruit, plantain, pumpkin, sweet potato, coconut. Are you close enough? Are you missing out? Hey. Let me see, let me see, let me see, let me see. All right, I think we have a winner. I think we have a winner. Judges them just going to the comments them, and they're gonna let me know. Here we're gonna start just now. We're gonna start just now. We're gonna kick it off just now. All right, you have 5 more minutes to put in the right answer. Then we're gonna start.
exercise. Down to the ground now. Down to the ground now. Down to the ground now. That's our exercise. Down to the ground now. Down to the ground now. You better exercise. Down to the ground now. Down to the ground now. Down to the ground now. You better. If you're feeling lucky, rock it up and suck it. If you're feeling lucky, rock it up and do the lucky bit. Do the lucky bit. Do the lucky bit. Do the lucky bit. If you're feeling lucky, rock it up and suck it. If you're feeling lucky, girl, rock it up and do the lucky bit. Do the lucky bit. Do the lucky bit. Do the, and then you turn one day, and then you stay there like you stay. Continue there. Do the lucky bit. If you're feeling lucky, rock it up and suck it. If you're feeling lucky, rock it up and down it. Do the lucky, do the lucky, do the lucky, do the lucky. If you're feeling lucky, rock it up and suck it. If you're feeling lucky, you rock it up and do the lucky, do the lucky, do the lucky. If you're feeling lucky, rock it up and suck it. If you're feeling lucky, rock it up and do the lucky, do the lucky. And then you take one day, and then you dip, make sure your back was stiff, and then you do the lucky, do the lucky, do the lucky. At that time of the morning, up there, that time of the morning. Yo! Hands up! Home City Marshall! Home City Marshall! Let me tell you the bumper plan right now. 1, 2, 3. I get that girl. The girl and I get. I get that girl. Jiggy. That's how I'm
Sure.
what we tell them. What we tell the action, mama. Hi, great. Behind them stairs. I get that girl. The girl and I get. I get that girl. Say that's how I'm the one. I get that girl. The girl and I get. I get that girl. Say that's how I'm the one. Great. Easy, man. Ready, real sugar head them there. Easy, man. Big up me up city family for real. Easy, man. 2018, we don't come take a laugh. We come mash. Yes. Mash. Yes. Mash. Yes. Turn on the mama. Turn on the juve, turn on the juve, turn on the juve, turn on the thing now, turn on the thing now, turn on the. Turn on the juve, turn on the juve, turn on the juve, turn on the thing now, turn on the. Where me sexy girl them? Where me sexy girl them? All of me girl them, all of me girl them, all of the girl them bubble, all of the girl them bubble, oh, all of the girl them. Whoa. Bend over, bend over, bend over. Bend over. 1, 2, 3, girl. Tell me I want you, me love the way you. Tell me I want you, me love the way you jam. Tell me I want you, me love the way you jam. Tell me I want you, girl. Listen to me, you jam jam. Bend over, bubble up like green soda. Bend over, bubble up like green soda. Bend over, bubble up like green soda. Me no want no red soda. Tell them that you're green soda. Tell me I want you, me love the way you jam. Tell me I want you, me love the way you jam. Tell me I want you, me love the way you jam. Me love the way you stand. Listen to me, sham sham yeah. Bend over, bubble up like green soda. Bend over, bubble up like green soda. Bend over, bubble up like green soda. Me no want no red soda, only green soda.
All right, and we have a winner. We have a winner, and the winner is Soliko. So, Soliko, big up yourself. The answer is breadfruit, yam, pumpkin, plantain, and coconut. That's the answer. So, Soliko, you just won yourself $100 gift voucher, compliments ramps. So right now we're going to kick it off. Right now we're going to start the 6th annual Restaurant Week virtual cook-off. And you know we're going to start it off with a prayer. So right now I'm going to call Janelle Harvey to give the word of prayer.
Let's bow our heads and place ourselves in the presence of God. Dear God, we thank you for allowing us to gather here before you in this competition, not as enemies but as friends. May it foster love and solidarity amongst all present here today. We ask that you bless the hands of the competitors and clearly show them how to conduct their work with a spirit of joy and enthusiasm. We pray that you would not only bless them with vision, but we pray that you bless them with wisdom and understanding. We give you thanks for the mercies which you have so lovingly bestowed on all of us. We commit the entire session into your hands this afternoon, and we pray that you would bless from the beginning to the end. As a result of your blessings, we give you the honor and the praise, for we ask humbly in the name of your Son, Jesus Christ. Amen.
All right, there you had it there. Woo, yeah. I'm going to invite the host, the acting host for now, Sean. Is going to read out the criteria for the chefs.
Hello? Okay. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. We're excited, right? Okay, I'm just going to read out the criteria for the viewing audience to know and for the chef to know as well. The contestants will compete in 2 rounds. In round 1, contestants have to prepare the exact replica of the dish they presented in their video entry. The contestants will have some time to prep, each to present the details of the dishes to the respective judges. In round 2, the contestants will be given a mystery basket of ingredients to complete a dish. They will be allotted 10 minutes before the start time to strategize and come up with a recipe and the details to present to the judges. You will be given a time frame of 1 hour and a half, that is 90 minutes for both rounds, which is 45 minutes for round 1, 45 minutes for round 2. In round 1, it will work in your advantage to be quick because whatever time is remaining within that 45 minutes, you could bank it and allot it to round 2. So if you take 30 minutes to complete your dish in round 1, you could bank the 15 minutes and add it to your 45 minutes in round 2 to give yourself more time with the mystery basket. We have a community kitchen available for you to grab whatever extra ingredient you may need. We have a timekeeper that will let you know the start time, let you know when it's halfway, and let you know the final 10 minutes of your time. The judges will be judging you on a criteria in 5 categories. 1, taste and texture, which is 30 points. Creativity, 20 points. Execution and use of the ingredients, 25 points. Sanitation and hygiene, 10 points. And presentation, 15. So, best of luck to each and every one of you. And we're going to start in the next 60 seconds.
All right. So chefs, get ready. Ladies and gentlemen, children of all ages, let's get ready to cook it. Tun, 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 tun. Yeah, if I want any tasters, yeah, see me here? Yeah, come and just taste. Okay, we're still counting down. We're still counting down. We reach the 10. Oh, you get ready. Yeah, but 60 seconds still long by. Well. What? No, man. They're more like 5 minutes. No, timer, you wasn't ready. Hang on, 60 seconds yet? 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay then. Yeah, DJ, give me some music. DJ, give me some music. Woo! Where it look like we have a Steve Harvey moment with the answer. So blame it on the judges. You hear? Blame it on the judges. They say Sulika is not the winner. Yeah, they say somebody answered it before Sulika, and Sulika answered it too. So yeah, man, Sulika, big up yourself.
Big up the security for surety. Big up the sexy girl.
All right, they have 45 minutes in the first round. It's the 6th annual Restaurant Week. Virtual cook-off right here at the Echo Park. In the green corner, representing. Get my phone, get my notes. Representing Royal St. Kitts Hotel, Village and Dr. William Corner. Give it up for Chef Larry Monrose. And in the white corner, straight out at Deep Bay. So big up all the Deep Bay massive. Big up Pasha Side Bar and Grill, the man just say. Give it up. Come on, phone. Give it up for Chef Yanero Henry. Can you see the judges them walking around? I like that. And in the yellow corner, straight out of Queen City, Nevis. She's representing Morning Star, Cotton Ground, and Hamilton Massive, the whole of Charlestown. Give it up. Give it up for Isomokoy. And in the red corner, also from Queen City, Nevis, representing Ramsbury Massive, the whole of Charlestown. And she said, my sister from SP with the best, me saw rep in there too. Give it up. Give it up. Give it up for Paul again. But I am boasting that in my A. Yeah, the first round. Boy, if I could smell it. Oh no. Right now I'm smelling the seasoning, right? But you want to smell the seasoning? I could smell it. Let me blow some virtually. Smell it virtually. Hey. It's the 6th annual St. Kitts Nevis Restaurant Week virtual cook-off. We say, Scotty, the judges for today. We have Chef Peter Marshall. We have Claire Rawson. And we have Jason Lynch. In round 1, they have to make the exact replica of the video they sent in. They have 45 minutes to do so. Yeah, this is round 1. In round 1, contestants have to prepare the exact replica of the dish presented in their video. The contestants will have 5 minutes each to present the details of their dish to the judges. So this is round 1. So the same video they sent in, they have to make the exact same dish. Make it taste the same way, look the same way, smell the same way. Okay, to the cameraman. They say they want you to focus on the dish, so they want to see the techniques. Yes, Scotty, big up yourself. They want to see the skills and techniques. So put the 3 minutes there, then go by the next one, then go by the next one, then go by the next one.
Control the traffic. Don't try to block it. Don't stop it. Level. All of the girl again.
Here we have Chef Larry Monrose. representing the Royal St. Kitts Hotel, Village, and Dr. William Connor Primary School. See more the frying up breadfruit. Yes, got to just let me know what you want to see, and I will let them know. Big up yourself. "15 minutes gone. 15 minutes gone already." Here we have the Nero Henry from Deep Bay. So what is this dish called?
Filet with a coconut mango salsa and plantain fries.
All right. And I want to say good afternoon to Tony Fredericks, my host. Yes, good out. So where's your mic? Let me get your... And what is this to say you're doing today?
I'm doing shrimp.
Hold on, wait. Let me go with the camera. Yeah, let me go with the camera behind. And this is Risa McCoy. So what is it you're doing right now?
I'm waiting for my oil to heat, and then I'm going to add my mixture, which is plantain, red bell peppers, onion, garlic, and flour.
Nice. Now we're here by Bull Budgin. So what is this you say you're doing?
I'm preparing the dredge for the shrimp tacos. So I have a wet batter here and a dry batter. I already have my shrimp pre-seasoned. I have my pumpkin in an ice bath, and I have my prep station here to do the filling for the tacos.
All right, there you had it. Cameraman, when you're done, let's go back over by Mr. Larry. So let him tell us what is it he's doing. Okay, we don't want to disturb him right now. You go talk? What is it you're doing?
I'm searing tuna right now in a really hot pan. And then I'm going to just blast it in the oven for a couple of seconds, maybe a minute or two. I'm going to take my dish.
Nice. Remember, this is round one. They have to do the exact replica of the video entry. So everybody virtual, so let me know if you can hear them or you need them to take down the mask when they're talking. Let me know. Yeah, we have about 10,000 people online already. Woo! Yeah, I want 100,000 today. 100,000. Remember, this is live on Facebook, YouTube, VH1, BET, Instagram, Facebook, Pep TV, People Show, Nevis TV, ZIZ. Oh Lord, it's going worldwide, boy. Yeah, big up everybody online. I have some more questions, but later on, you're gonna win some fantastic prizes. It's the 6th annual St. Kitts Nevis Restaurant Week virtual cook-off right here at the St. Kitts Eco Park. I want to say good afternoon to all the spectators. Spectators, make some noise now, let people. I like that. Yeah. Yeah. We have about 10, but they're 6 feet apart. Yeah, protocols. Yeah, we have to do the protocols, you know, sanitize. I want to pick up everybody online. Somebody saying, go Larry. How much minutes done gone? How much minutes done gone? The timer, give me the time. Give me the time. How much minutes done gone? 20. 20 minutes gone already. 20 minutes. And they have what, 45? So they have 25 minutes more. You have 25 minutes more. Ooh. I know I could smell it virtually, you know. Wow. I smell the fish, boy. See the judges walking around. Judges taking notes. That's good. "20 minutes already gone. You have 25 minutes more. And right now I'm gonna introduce the host for this afternoon, Tony. Co-host. Oh, seeing that I started it. Okay, the co-host, Tony Frederick. Yeah.
Good afternoon, Pinocchio. Good afternoon to everybody here and the judges and so on. You know, when I hear food, I say, yes, I'll be there.
Thank you. Thank you.
I want to say good afternoon to all the folks online as well. Pinocchio, and the people who are just logging on know. So maybe we can do a review of who is doing what here today. So we're in the first round, and this is where they're recreating their dish that they had done and submitted via video. Yeah,
right. Video entry.
Right. So the judges saw, they liked how it looked. They made it through, and now they're preparing it live.
Halfway, you just heard the bell.
Halfway?
Yes.
All right. So they're now preparing this dish live here, and the judges are all here. They're looking at the prep, and they're actually going to get to taste.
Oh, so you're saying the first time they sent it in, the judges didn't have a chance to taste it?
Well, the first time they sent it in, it was virtual.
Virtual.
Let me see how it was explained. And this is all because of the pandemic, right?
Ooh.
I'm trying to stay online like you. But because of the pandemic, they actually had launched the competition back in June when, you know.
Let's face the camera.
I didn't want them to see me reading. In the lead up to what would have been the restaurant week.
Okay.
But because of the delays and so on, they ended up submitting videos of themselves making the dishes. So now they've made it through to this stage, and they get to prepare them in front of everybody. So we're gonna see how that goes. So tell us now, for those just logging into the stream, I remember we are live on Facebook.
YouTube.
And YouTube.
Yes.
What should they search for, Pinocchio?
What should they search?
What should they be searching for when they search in YouTube? I'm putting him on the spot.
Name.
Yes.
On Facebook, search for the face of tourism and the St. Kitts Nevis Times. You tried? Bring your phone, let me log in.
All right, because we've logged on here.
Yes.
Okay, so this is one of our judges. Claire Rawson is going to is going, she's trying to get online. Good afternoon to everybody. We also have a bit of a cheering squad here. Of course, because of the pandemic, we're supposed to be socially distancing. Let me just take my distance from Pinocchio, because in order for you to hear me, I have my mask around my chin, which is not the right way to wear it. But because of limitations with numbers of people, the chefs, though, were allowed to bring along a couple of folks as their cheering squad. So there's some very eager and excited folks here for moral support, and I believe as tasters as well. So we're going to be looking around. What I'm going to ask the judges to do is, as I talk about each of the contestants, maybe the cameraman can focus on them, and as I talk about the ones who have made it through to the finals. So as we're saying, because of the pandemic, it forced the ministry to sort of recreate or reinvent the challenge. And so to enter, participants were encouraged to post their material to their social media accounts, Facebook, Instagram, and then just tag St. Kitts Nevis Restaurant Week using the hashtags the 2020 Challenge and SKN Restaurant Week. And then this year, in previous years, they would have a main ingredient that we would be using for Restaurant Week. So the dish had to be prepared from that. And also the restaurants participating in Restaurant Week would offer a special dish made from that ingredient. This year, of course, you know, with the lockdown and supplies not necessarily being as regular as they could be, they were given the option to choose a main ingredient from any of the previous years. So breadfruit was the first year, no, breadfruit, yeah, might have been the first year, pumpkin, plantain, yam, and coconut. So those are the main ingredients that they've had over the years.
Okay.
So this year they said, pick your main ingredient and run with that.
Wow.
Okay, so then they were judged based on execution and presentation and the use of their ingredient. Creativity, also food safety. That's a big deal.
I love that, yes.
In St. Kitts and Nevis,
Definitely.
you can't even work in a supermarket and pack produce or pack shelves if you don't you have to do your food handlers and your food safety. It's a big deal. You have to understand that everything you touch, breathe on, look too hard at, you could be putting people at risk. But so if anybody was prepared for COVID, it was people who work in hospitality, because they've been doing it all along. You know, they know how to wash their hands properly and all of those sorts of things. So food safety was another thing that the judges were looking for. You're like, if you drop something on the table, you can't pick it up with your hand, Pinocchio. I'm just saying. Okay. And then, of course, so they looked at the number of views, the number of likes people got, and the number of shares. Shares as in the number of times they were shared online. Yeah. And then the top 4 chefs we have here today are now getting to taste. So we have, am I saying Yanero's name right? Yanero, I'm saying that right? Can we focus on Yanero?
See him up here.
Can we get a little...
Come on down!
All right. Now, what strikes me the most about Yanero's workstation is how impeccably neat it is. You know, some people, when they cook, there's stuff everywhere. No, don't use the word messy, it's creative. There's stuff everywhere, right? Like all like miso, right? But look at Yanero's thing. I'm like, has he done anything? I mean, it's just so tidy, not a drip or a drop anywhere. So he really is. So Yanero is here with us today. And we're going to talk to him a little bit. Well, I don't like to distract them too much, especially when they're pushing the clock. And what will happen is they have 45 minutes for the first round. And how much time do they have for the second round again? Let me get the time. I have it here somewhere. The second round now is another 45 minutes. But if they don't use up all their time in the first round, they can bank it. So if they come in at 30 minutes, they can have 16 more minutes to go. They could put it over into the next round. So if they finish now, they could put the 16 minutes over. Exactly. Wow. Yes. Awesome. Yes. So Yanero is working on his dish. I'm seeing a little coconut. I'm seeing some ginger, lime, tomatoes, red onions.
And a mango.
And a mango. And it's a green mango, though. So I'm thinking more like of a chutney, more of a garnishing. As opposed to a dessert, I'm thinking it's probably going to be a nice little tangy something there.
All I know about food is how to eat.
Eat it.
Really
Okay. I'm just a step away from you, honestly. What I do know, though, about red onions is that they're a bit sweeter. So when you saute, when you kind of saute, is like when you put it on the fire with a little oil.
Okay. You sound like a chef, man. Chef Tony.
It's just from watching you there on them. But anyway, but the red onions are a bit sweeter. So that is why sometimes somebody might say, no, I want the yellow onions or I want the red, because a particular flavor they're going for. So Yanero knew what he was going for. And then he has some, I don't know if it's parsley or cilantro. It's green and leafy. Going to go with, Yanero, that's parsley? How did we do? Is that parsley or cilantro? It is parsley. Okay. And apparently there is a communal kitchen with basic ingredients that everybody shares. So while the chefs have their specific ingredients, you know, the normal things like pepper and salt and so. There's like a communal kitchen, if you will, for that. So that's your Nero. Let's talk about Larry now. Where's Larry and what's Larry up to?
Larry, come on down.
All right.
You smell the fish?
Oh, yes. Oh, he's already finished. I wonder how he did that. Larry, that was on the stove or in the oven?
Sorry?
Fish, you did the fish on the stove or in the...
I had it on the stove and just flash in the oven.
That changes the taste depending on how it's
texture. So if you have tuna and it's well done, it's a bit chewy and rubbery. So you want to have your tuna on the medium one side. But it's just enjoyed medium.
Oh, you see, that's the trick. So all like miso who just take a piece of fish and try to cook it. And I've never understood why, for instance, salmon that I make at home is kind of hard. And then when you go to a restaurant, the salmon is just delicate and falls apart.
So when you cook salmon home, it's hard?
It's not like in the restaurants.
Got you.
A wise man once told me I only know how to eat. Not too long ago, actually, maybe 3-4 minutes ago. I am an eater, and I think that's why we make such good hosts of shows like this.
Yes.
So what else are we seeing? We're seeing some breadfruit. No, that is cilantro. You see, it's a little bit, the leaf is a little bit bigger than the parsley. And then he has what we call herbs in St. Kitts.
Herbs and spices.
And fancy people abroad call it green onions. And there's some people, I think, call it scallion.
What?
But we call it herbs. It's herbs, people.
Hold on, what you say?
What? He's laughing at us, I think. Okay. So he's got a nice coarse salt. I know, is that a sea salt or that's just a regular salt? A kosher salt. That's something I've noticed, that a lot of chefs use a kosher salt. But afterwards, I don't want to distract Larry too much, but I'm curious what it is. 15 minutes to go. Okay, I'm going to come back to you to ask about this salt, because I noticed that kosher salt is something that chefs use.
Nice.
And, you know, we just pick up anything. They send you for salt, you just look for things, not salt. All right, so we got the breadfruit, we got the red onions, the green onion, red pepper and green pepper, and a little bit of red onions and fresh garlic, and a lot of butter. All right. Okay, I'm seeing chocolate sauce, so I'm slightly distracted. It's a balsamic vinegar type thing? Oh, okay. All right. Balsamic reduction. Okay. That's, I think, let me not embarrass myself, but I think, okay, this is just between us and how many people said online? 10,000?
Yeah.
Okay, just between us and the 10,000 people online. I think a reduction is when they take an ingredient or some ingredients and they break them down into something else, reduce it. Right, so it does. You see, so it changes. Yes, I'm not completely off here.
You know what?
And besides, it's just between us and the 10,000 people online. You know, our little thing.
Nice.
Little tight secret. Okay, so we talked to Larry and Yanero. And we also have Pearl Bergan is with us today as well. Pearl, oh my goodness, she's looking Finnish-ish, boy. Ooh, what's going on here? So Pearl is doing something with shrimp, and she's at the stove, and she looks like she's sauteing. Remember saute? Looks like she's sauteing, frying. What's the difference between saute and fry?
Salt is a shallow fry.
Okay, so that's when you have less oil in your pan. Is a saute and fry, it will be in a little bit deeper. They seem to have some kind of breading on them as well. Paul, tell me more about the breading.
First, I dipped it in a wet batter of egg and some milk, and then I dipped it with some dry batter with some flour and black pepper.
All right, and you're sauteing it in butter or
oil?
Okay. Is it a particular type of oil? Do you have a preference?
This is just vegetable oil.
All right, okay, so
Okay,
she's
Tony,
a
final
purist.
10 minutes.
You're kidding me. And we haven't met Risa yet? Come, we're going to come back to Pearl. I'm a shrimp gal. All right, so I'm still checking. Oh, look at all those nice veggies, carrots and things.
Woo, wow,
okay,
she's
Risa.
decorating now.
Oh my goodness, she's finishing. Risa is now setting up, serving up her dish. Is yours
plantain puff? Plantain puff.
Okay, so we're doing plantain puffs. Are we vegetarian here?
Not necessarily, but it's very great for vegetarian as well.
All right. Well, plantain is great for anything. I could probably live on plantain. And those leaves, those are mint?
These are actually called African mint, but here locally we call them different names. But right now I'm using it for garnish, not incorporated.
Okay, so we're going to try some plantain puffs that what they call it?
They call it jumbo sticky time. They use it to season meat. You could do it soups and so forth. And it's actually very good in putting some plates and so forth because of the scent as well.
Oh, yes. I'm familiar with that. My grandmother used to use that all the time. Just go out and pick and pull and so on. So Risa is doing some plantain puffs. So remember that this year the contestants had a choice of ingredients from previous years. In previous years, how Restaurant Week worked was that in order to encourage the use of local ingredients, every year they would have a main ingredient, and the recipes that the various chefs would produce, they had to use that as a main ingredient. It could be a dessert, it could be a main course, it could be an appetizer, but they had to use that main ingredient. And then, so they went on through the competition. At the same time, the restaurants that were involved in Restaurant Week would also, in addition to having specials throughout the week and special prices, they would have to also be presenting a dish of some kind using that ingredient. What they did this year was they allowed the contestants, I think Larry is finished, they've allowed the contestants to choose an ingredient from a previous year. So breadfruit, plantain, coconut, pumpkin, and I'm missing one. Larry is finished, so how many minutes does Larry bank for his second round? Okay, because they have 47 minutes, okay. So they have 45 minutes per round, but if they don't use all their minutes in the first round, they get to bank those minutes. Just like when you have a little savings and you put them in the bank. Risa is finished too?
Yep.
And how many minutes has Risa banked? About the same? How many? 6? 7 as well. Okay.
7, wow.
So these guys are going into round 2 with 52 minutes. Oh, my math teacher would be so proud of me. 40. Yes. Okay, so Risa is finished her plantain puff. And know that Larry is finished. No pressure, no pressure. I assume it works the other way around. Now, if they don't finish in 45 minutes, do they have to stop? Or, yeah, if they don't finish in 45 minutes,
That's a good
do
question.
they have to stop or do they eat up, pun intended,
in round 2?
some minutes from...
So they can't take
just
minutes from
finish.
round 2?
They can't take minutes. Well, let's go harass Larry a little bit. Now that he's finished, he can tell us more about his dish. So this was a tuna, you said?
Yes, fresh tuna. So let me just start with, I don't know if I have to give my inspiration to the judges also, but I will just give the inspiration behind my dish. Really, the dish came from me thinking about leftovers at home. You know, families that consume breadfruit, I'm 100% certain that they always have leftover breadfruit in the fridge. So what do? Most of us just fry it and eat it. But this is a very simple, I would like to emphasize on the word simple because I made the dish for everybody to be able to do it. So you could do it with your children, on a Saturday. You could have some family time, just do some breadfruit hash. And it's very, very versatile because you could use it with any saucy type dish or any dry dish. You could use it with ribs, you could use it for breakfast if you have sausage and eggs and bacon. Instead of using potato, go ahead and use that leftover breadfruit you have here. Today we use tuna. It's fresh tuna from the market. Big up my fisherman, Roger Otley, Badem.
But tell us about the breadfruit hash. What's in that?
Well, the breadfruit hash, first I roasted my breadfruit. Now, sadly, I didn't have what we call a bonfire to roast my breadfruit. But
the traditional way. Oh, you're a traditionalist, eh?
Yes, okay. That's the best way to roast your breadfruit. So if you have a bonfire or backyard, you're burning some bush, some, wood, whatever, go ahead. If you have your breadfruit, throw it in there. You just want to score it a little bit and stab it up and throw it in the fire. But sadly, since we didn't have a bonfire, I just scored my breadfruit and wrapped it in some foil and put it in the oven for about 2.5 hours. Yeah, at 350 degrees. Now, it could have gone a little more because of the size of the breadfruit, but I didn't want it to get a deep roast because when it roasts too much, you get a softer inside. So since I plan to fry it, I gave it a more medium type of roast where it was soft. All the sugars, natural sugars, would concentrate. And I took it out, I let it rest, and today I just cut it up. I fried it prior to using it as a hash. So what the frying does now is create a crust on the breadfruit, which now enables you to have more texture in your dish. I threw in some butter there just to finish off, and the breadfruit, of course, would soak up that butter. So that's my breadfruit dish. The emphasis.
But you didn't tell me about the other ingredients with the hash, because I'm seeing pretty colors in there.
Well,
3 minutes? Okay,
the hash is very simple, like I said. It's just peppers. You have some bell peppers, red and green. Some pepper flakes. Some magic spice Cajun. I love Cajun. They say it's a
so we can expect
spice.
this to have a little bite, is what you're saying?
It's not bite, but yeah, don't approach it relaxed, Get your throat ready for a light background heat.
Okay.
You don't want too much heat, but just a light background heat from our pepper flakes and a little more heat from the Cajun.
Okay.
Yeah.
And Larry, you are an executive chef at Royal St. Kitts?
Yeah.
All right.
I am currently the executive chef for Royal St. Kitts Hotel.
All right. So Larry gets to do a lot of this sort of stuff.
Yes. I love cooking.
How long have you been cooking, Larry?
Professionally, from the age of 16. I'm in my 30s now. But my mom taught me how to cook from the tender age of 10. And I always give this story where I used to save up my allowance and purchase balawu by the fisheries and go home and fry dry with my ketchup and pepper and bread. So that's how I got started off, with mommy teaching me, and I just moved on from there. I love it. That's the only thing I ever wanted to be in life. From school, from the time I know who I was, I always wanted to be a chef, and that's what I went to do.
Well, fantastic. Now that is an inspiring story, and I think a lot of young people sometimes they don't really think of it as a job. They just like cooking, and they're good at it. So it's really inspiring.
Traditionally, it's a last resort type of job for people. Yeah, but more and more people have seen what it can produce, what it can do, and people approach it differently now because you have a lot of culinary schools and everything else. So
wonderful.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Larry, and we'll be passing back around to see what the judges think. So the others have to just stop.
Right now it's time.
Okay. No, stop cooking or stop laying it out, because it's everything. So even the presentation is part of it. All right. So, well, at least Yanero got one plate done.
Yep.
I don't know how Pearl is doing down there with the presentation part. Oh, she got a plate together. Well, everything is looking lovely. She got 2 plates together. Oh my goodness. Oh, Pearl's is quite It's quite dramatic looking. From here, look, what's that, a house, a castle, a cup? There's some fancy stuff going on down there. I noticed Yanero has some nice big wedge fries. I'm wondering if those are breadfruit fries. Plantain fries, oh my goodness. Oh, so his
My mouth is watering right now.
Well. So. Okay, so the judges are now going to go around. They are talking to the chefs about what they have done. We got a little bit of an insight because Larry finished ahead of time, so he was able to fill us in.
Yep.
So the judges are going to be doing their thing. We're going to see if anybody from the ministry wants to come in at this point and talk a little bit about how much the pandemic affected this activity. I mean, we're really pleased that they managed to pull it off anyway, because it has become very, very popular. And like Larry was saying, you know, I think a lot more young people are recognizing that there are careers to be had in hospitality. St. Kitts in particular, I find for St. Kitts and Nevis, but I find particularly St. Kitts.
Time, stop.
Okay, that's
what
the time.
you're doing.
All chefs have to stop what they're doing. Knives, spoons, saucers, everything down. Okay.
Okay, so what are we going to do now?
So now the judges get to taste and I guess ask questions. Let's ask one of the judges what happens now. We have Claire Rawson with us. Now, she for years ran one of the boutique hotels here. Beautiful property, sadly past. The property is.
Yeah, I'm
but
still alive.
Claire is very much alive and tasting food. But you guys used to put on quite a spread. Yeah. This woman knows food. I used to drive to Rollins just for their yeah.
Serious?
Yeah, it's that good. Yes. But Claire, what happens now? Do you all just taste? Do you ask questions?
We're going to taste. We're going to talk to the chefs, which we've been talking to all along. But we'll taste, and we'd already seen them on the virtual cook-off. So now we get to actually taste and make sure that basically what they had done then is what they've done now. So that's why we're looking and, you know, sort of seeing what they were doing.
Oh, so they can't change up anything?
No.
So if they sauteed something, like Pearl was telling me, saute is like a shallow fry. So if they sauteed something and they come with a deep fryer here.
Well, if she decided, let's say that, you know, she'd said, oh, I would like to put some coconut on that shrimp.
All right, you're going to say.
She would have had to have contacted to Shauna and said, I'm going to adjust it a little bit.
Okay, all right.
Because
so there is allowance for that?
But she should have said it before.
Okay,
if
so
she
here
didn't,
today,
today, it's whatever they gave in.
Oh,
So
that's why I was staring them down so hard.
so we have, so they have given us all of their recipes.
Wonderful.
So anything and all, you know, and the whole method. So if anything is changed from this, then they will be penalized because they have to stick to what it is that they said.
And for those just logging on, because we are streaming live, Claire, tell us again about the criteria. Now, the criteria, obviously, for judging the finalists was a visual.
It was a visual, yes, it was visual. But, you know, because we could actually see, we could see how they worked. We could see their knife skills. You know, presentation, we could see sanitation, all that, you know. So we're looking at all those different things. It's not just how pretty the plate is,
right,
or how much we like the chef,
right.
You know, because you know, I've seen a lot of comments that, you know, oh, you know, this one should have come. But there are a lot of different things, and of course, and so we have, you know, 3 of us. And so, you know, we obviously talked through everything. It was a long session where we went through every single one. And, you know, you could, and we were sort of like tasting with our eyes as well. Because, you know,
how many entries? How many entries?
I forget how many we actually had at the beginning.
Like a dozen? Was it tons?
It was about up to there, maybe 8 to 10.
Oh, good. That's a good number.
It was really fantastic. There was a lot of excitement about it. And this is what I've really seen over the years is that, you know, every year that we're doing this, we're getting so much more participation. And not just from the traditional, you know, chefs from the fancy restaurants. We need to have people who are actually, you know, rootsy, who understand, who love their food.
Okay, so they're not professional chefs, they're just good
They don't
cooks.
all have to be. No.
Right.
As you can see, you know, we have a, you know, like a real mixture here. And this is what we want, you know, but we don't want people to say, well, I'm not going to, you know, go in because I just have a home kitchen and I just love to cook. This is who we want, because if you love to cook, if you can taste and you love to cook, then that's it.
You ever been down to the
That's
country
it.
and passed by some friend of your mother's and you've tasted the best food you ever tasted in a country kitchen?
You can learn how to present.
Absolutely.
Not necessarily learn how to cook sweet food.
So speaking of sweet food now, today you get to taste.
Today
so
we
tell
get
me
to
about
taste.
today's criteria.
Well, today
In
we're
addition to them
looking
sticking
right.
to what they
Yeah.
were
Well,
supposed to
today we're looking at the use of the ingredient that they, so let's say one is plantain, there's breadfruit, there's what. So we're looking at the use of the ingredient and how it actually, features, and it's not just like a side thing. It actually features, and then all the, sort of basic things. We've got our little thingy here. So presentation, creativity. You can just have like a fruit and you can just slice it, but it's what you actually do with it, how creative you actually get with it.
Right.
As you will see as we go through. Taste and texture, execution and use of ingredients, and sanitation and hygiene.
So now when you have competitions where you have 3 judges who might have 3 very different tastes.
Right.
Right. There's some people who like things that are very tart.
Right.
And others like things sweet.
Right.
And
Right.
others might like things that are a bit of spice, and others might prefer a more delicate
Right.
taste.
Yeah.
So how do you?
Well, because we're professionals
adjust for
and
that?
because we know that that's how we cook.
Right.
All of our clients have different
Right.
things, so we have to be flexible. So
Right.
when we're discussing it, somebody might
So it
say,
might
but
not
this
be
is
your
it
personal
might not be
taste.
my personal taste, but I can appreciate the fact that it is a beautiful dish.
Right, gotcha.
Not necessarily that I want to eat it again this
Right,
evening,
right.
but
That-
I can appreciate that. So we work very well together.
Okay.
And
And have you worked with the other judges? I mean, we're
I've worked
competing,
with Peter quite a lot. Yes.
Okay,
Haven't
wonderful.
worked too much with Jason. I think Jason maybe once before.
Okay.
But yes.
All right. Well, we'll drag him
So
over
we
as
work
well.
together, so
Okay.
It's
All
really
right.
good.
Well, what we're going to do. Okay, so yes,
we're
they
gonna
get
let the
to
judges
taste.
them go.
Pinocchio and I will hover around afterwards for the leftovers. But I was wondering if we were able to talk with somebody from the ministry while the judges are doing their thing, and we can have the cameras follow the judges. So it doesn't necessarily mean that the camera is going to be on you the whole time. But I'm really hoping that that we can have a chat about what was involved in putting this. Well, would you like to? No, everybody's being a bit shy today. But really, what we're trying to get a feel for is what was involved in trying to make sure that this still happened. COVID really threw all of us for a loop, and it certainly threw the tourism industry into a bit of a tailspin, I'm sure. And now it's sort of okay. Let's move forward. So, and I think this is a good way to start thinking of and putting tourism front and center again, because hopefully sooner rather than later, we will be welcoming visitors back to our island gently and delicately and with a lot of protocols. But we have with us the Permanent Secretary, Mrs. Carleen Morton. I almost called you the Honorable. I don't know, just future thinking there. Good afternoon, Mrs. Morton. I'm going to give her my mic and ask Pinocchio if we can bring his other mic over as well. But first off, good afternoon, and tell us, Mrs. Morton, hi, about what was involved in, first of all, how did you all decide, look, let's try and do this anyway? Did it make sense to do it, how you were going to do it? And tell me about that decision and getting to here today.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure being here. Let me say congratulations to the 4 chefs who are on display this afternoon. As you know, most of us know, we had a preliminary round. COVID forced us to do just about every program that we had planned virtually. And we fought very hard for that. Even during shutdown, we met as often as possible via Zoom or some other platform to keep as many of our programs as we possibly could going. So we had to come up with creative ways to engage the public, make sure that we stayed in touch with our stakeholders. The unit that is responsible for the Restaurant Week, they were adamant that it was going to come off. And I'm not surprised that they came up with ways and means to keep it alive, because they're very creative, they're very hardworking, they're persons who are always looking for that novel way to make sure that we keep things fresh. And so we're here this afternoon because they had the preliminary round where we invited individuals from across the Federation to use a platform of their choice to just cook in their kitchens. And we engaged a number of experts, some of them are here, who they were judges. They looked on and they made a determination who were the persons who would be the finalists, so here this afternoon. And then for this round, the persons who managed to make it here would have to actually cook the same dish that they did in the preliminary round. They had to do that here this afternoon live. And so we're having a good afternoon. Everybody seems to be on top of their game, enjoying themselves. I heard you talking about some of the fantastic dishes and, you know, how amazed you were at some of the things that people were able to produce in that short space of time and so on. And at the end of it all, I think we'll have one winner that is determined by the judges. But in my mind, everybody here this afternoon has won simply by, you know, virtue of being able to participate, because that is what we want. We want our residents, people in our communities who cook on a daily basis to understand that that is what our visitor really is looking for. An authentic taste of St. Kitts, the way that we would do our ballahu and fish and pumpkin and stews and all of that. That is what the visitor wants, something different. And so we are hoping that we would basically inspire a number of our young people in particular to, in the next restaurant week, because this is actually our 6th year. First time doing it virtually, but our 6th year. So we are hoping that we keep this particular project alive, that we see a lot of young persons, people who are going to school, who are cutting their teeth at the CFBC, who want to go off perhaps. You never know. Sometimes somebody sees you, you get a scholarship. You never know what could happen. So put yourself out there and see what happens.
Now, before we go over to nose in on the chefs, on the judges, and I do want to speak with you a little bit later if time permits, just about the way forward, tentatively for tourism. What will happen with the winning dish? Because in the past, I think the recipe was distributed and many of the participating restaurants used to produce some version of it. So what now happens? Is it just for the glory? Are they going to get their recipe published? Will there be a plaque, a little monetary prize?
There are several prizes. I can't tell you that I know all of the specifics. The unit would have arranged, they would have organized, so that you get your trophy, you get a participation trophy, but there are a number of other prizes. And I would presume that a lot of the prizes would have to do with things to do with cooking.
Right.
That's what I'm saying, a nice pot set or, you know, something that you could use in the kitchen and so on, plus other monetary prizes. But we want to hold to that practice that we have had in the past, where the restaurants on St. Kitts and Nevis would use some version of the individual's recipe that they would have produced, the winner.
And that can still happen even without a formal restaurant week. That the recipe could just be shared and it can be, any of them can do that as they wish. Okay, lovely. We're going to come back and talk to you in a little while, but we want to go and see if we can listen into what the judges are up to. So we're coming back. Hey, don't go too far, Mrs. Morton. All right, Pinocchio wants to get in on the tasting. Pinocchio, you can't taste yet.
Oh, what do you mean?
Who's
up next?
So tell us how this is working. Now, we have with us over here Chef Peter Marshall, and he trains all of our young chefs at the college. Good afternoon. Now, good afternoon. Tell us what happens at this stage. Are you all going like dish by dish and chatting with each chef?
Yeah, at this point in time, each contestant comes up, they present his or her dish. They tell us exactly how it would have been prepared. After that, we will taste. We would have a conversation amongst ourselves, and we will make certain decisions for our own selves based on what we are going to be allotting each contestant.
So here's the thing, are you tasting in front of them? They watch you bite in and see your facial expression?
Well, Chef Larry was right here when I was tasting his just now, so he would have seen my facial expression.
All right, and then, so you've chatted with Larry and you've tasted his dish. So you will do all 4 chefs and then have your conversation amongst yourselves? All right. Okay. And tell us from your point of view, because what I hope that events like this will do is encourage young people to get involved in the culinary arts. There really is, I don't think a lot of young people necessarily consider culinary arts and as a career, as they should, even though I do believe that's changing. So, what drew you to this field?
What do I do?
What drew you to this field yourself?
I've always had a love for art from back home in Barbados. As I've told a lot of my students, this was not a career that was planned for me. I originally wanted to go into law enforcement, believe it or not, but this is something that happened, and I would have received a scholarship back in Barbados, European ties, and I just went from there, pretty much.
All right. Well, that's again another inspiring story. We have Chef Risa, who is going to come and chat with Chef Peter. And by the way, I think that's standard that we just refer to chefs by their names. So they'd be like Chef Peter and so on.
Nice.
So they're going to be talking amongst themselves.
So you want to give us your thoughts? Want to give us your thoughts?
Are you allowed to share your thoughts yet?
Oh, not yet.
Oh, okay.
Nice.
All right. So we also have Chef Jason Lynch, who is
also good for vegetarians as well. There's
well,
no
he
milk
is in the
and there's
food
no
industry.
eggs.
You are the operations manager at Carambola. Now, you also own. Tell us about Sweet Pot.
Sweet Pot is a home-based kitchen. We do take-out food, lunch mostly, but we also venture into caterings and breakfast. So it's growing. It's, yes, one of the businesses that popped up during the COVID pandemic, but it's doing very well, growing, as I said before, and excellent food. Homemade, Jamaican-inspired food.
Well, I was going to ask, because we have a nice little Caribbean flair here this afternoon with both participants and judges from different parts of the region, which I love. But I was saying in a little kind of boasty way, and I'd like your opinion on this. I find from moving around that St. Kitts has quite an advanced culinary industry, if you will, for an island this size.
Yeah.
You know, you can get almost every kind of food. And here's the best part. I find Kittitians are quite exploratory. They're going to try the sushi and the whatnot. Your thoughts on that for such a tiny island? Did that surprise you?
Yes, it is a tiny island, and there's like a melange of cultures here. You know, we have the Dominicans, we definitely have the Jamaican contingent that's very high and strong here. But the Kittitians are now venturing into outside of the cook-up, outside of the saltfish, trying ackee and saltfish, trying different things from different islands in the region. So it's good. And St. Kitts is, even though a small island in Jamaica, little but Talawal,
so the pumpkin
growing
puree
that way as
went
well.
into the tortilla.
Thank you
Then
very
we
much,
have
Chef.
a lightly butter fried shrimp with some raw vegetables. So for the vegetables, I use lettuce, shredded cabbage, shredded carrots, julienne sweet pepper, and purple onion. And then use this spoon to serve this sweet and sour sauce.
Okay, so you all were just hearing a presentation there by Pearl, and Pearl is doing. She's the one who was teaching us about what the difference between a saute and a fry. So she is Pearl Bergen. Now, just to let you all know, after this round, we're going to move into round 2. And round 2 is where the excitement really ramps up. The contestants are going to be given a mystery basket of ingredients. So they don't know what's in this mystery basket. And then they have to complete a dish. They're going to be given 10 minutes to strategize their ideas. So they open the basket, they see what's in it, and they have 10 minutes to figure out how and what they're going to prepare. Okay? And they are then given 45 minutes to prepare that dish. Okay? Remember that Risa and Larry both banked 7 minutes. They finished their first round 7 minutes early, so they get to add that to their 45 minutes for their second round. And just a reminder as well that in addition to the ingredients that they brought, that they had here for them based on their recipes, and of course the mystery basket, that there is a community kitchen, if you will, of basic ingredients that they have had access to. All right, so they're being judged today. Taste, of course, is very important. I guess that's the main thing, but also texture. I'm sure some of us have had foods that taste quite good, but they might be a little too soft or a little too tough or a little too runny or a little too wet or whatever it may be. So texture is key as well. They're looking for a nice combination of the two. Creativity, and that could be both in how they use the ingredients or use particular ingredients together. And then also execution, which is again part of it, how they use the ingredient. They always look at sanitation and hygiene. These are critical things when it comes to cooking, especially when you're cooking for people. So that's also key as well. And of course, presentation. How at the end of it, because as you can see at this table here, these beautifully presented dishes that our chefs have created. So presentation is also key too. You know, presentation and how the food looked was what got them here. But no, Pinocchio, it's down to...
You see, the judges them, so these are ours.
Pinocchio is already planning for the people's food. Pinocchio. Well, I won't lie to you, I have my eye on them too, but I suppose we're gonna have to let some other people have a taste as well. But I think there's enough for us to,
Definitely. We have one more to go.
All right, so as we were saying earlier, the chefs are going to each judge, and then the judges get to taste the fare in front, right while the person is standing there, and they ask them questions about it. They may ask them, oh, why did you put this with this, or why did you saute this before you baked it? So they would explore their decisions. And then after this is all over, after they've each tasted with the 4 dishes and spoken with the four chefs, they will then meet amongst themselves to discuss and agree out of the 4 which overall was top. And remember, they have quite a task in front of them, because each of these dishes is quite different, so it's going to be a matter of sort of rating and scoring each, and then saying, within each, this one overall scored the highest. So judges today are Chef Peter Marshall, who is a culinary lecturer at the CFB College, CFB College. Claire Rawson, who herself, chef and hotelier, she's retired but very much involved in tourism. She's always been talked into being on some committee or something. And of course, she's a go-to judge because of her years and years of experience in the industry. And then we have Jason Lynch, who is the operations manager at Carambola Restaurant, and also the owner of Sweet Pot, SKN, which is one of, like a kitchen restaurant. And that, of course, is something we've been really impressed with people's resourcefulness during the lockdown. A lot of people lost their sources of income with so many closures, particularly in the tourism industry. So you see a lot of people getting really creative. Some people, maybe they were doing some planting on the side and they've gone into farming a bit more, or they had a little piece of land somewhere and they started. And of course, you see a lot of people cooking, whether they're selling on the side of the road, they're using social media. You order the day before, they put the nice pictures of their food. And resourceful people that we're finding ways to get through this crisis. One of the things that is really striking too about COVID is that no matter what, kitchens are going to eat. And even during the lockdown, one of the few types of businesses that was allowed to operate during the lockdown were restaurants. It was just for delivery and takeaway, but they knew, even though people were locked down, they wanted to eat. And it seems they wanted to eat because, as much as some of us like to cook, I think after a while, and certainly when time doesn't permit, and it's always nice to have other people cook for you, we still tend to want to have other people cook and taste other people's food. So even in the worst of the crisis so far for us, and I hope the worst of the crisis, let me say so far, the worst of the crisis for us, food was still key to the Kittitian lifestyle. And so restaurants and continued. And then, as I was just mentioning, a lot of people, you were able to use their own talents and skills and experience to that end and try a thing. And you would think, well, so many people can't survive doing this. But you know what? It works because there's always somebody who's looking for a nice meal, a quick meal, a delivered meal, a convenient meal. And so we have been managing, and more restaurants are reopening, and the hotels, in anticipation of a time when we can find a way to welcome our visitors, they are starting by opening their restaurants.
Well, we have a surprise right now. We're going to focus by the bar. She's going to make some cocktail. Come over.
Cocktails?
Come on down.
Oh, my goodness. Pinocchio, we were trying cocktails. It's only like 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock in the afternoon. All right. So who is our bartender?
Hi, good evening. My name is Stacey Little. I was actually last year's cocktail winner.
All right. So you've been invited here, Stacey, to do some fancy stuff. First off, what are these pretty looking fruits?
Ooh.
Look at this. What is this pink thing and this white thing? You know what those are? Do you know what that is?
Mm-mm. We are at the Eco Park, and we are featuring one of the fruits that are available at the Eco Park, grown locally. This is a dragon fruit. It actually comes in 2 colors. We have a white dragon fruit, and you have the purple dragon fruit. So the skin color can tell you a little bit of it. The darker it is, the darker the fruit will be, and the lighter, of course, will give you the white dragon fruit. So we're just going to do a quick cocktail to feature the local product.
All right. Okay. I will put my mic so that she can tell us. So
what's the name of the cocktail?
Can we taste what dragon fruit tastes like?
So
that's going in your cocktail?
Yes, so that would be garnish.
What's in here?
So that's dragon
You want to
fruit.
taste it? Go taste it. Can he taste it?
Ladies first. Ladies first.
You have a toothpick? No, you have to try it. It's very mild, as I hear. Like a kiwi, is it? Is it a mild taste? Listen, okay, you taste the pink one. Come on, you can do it. You can do it. Well, what say you? I'm going to try the white one. Kind of looks like a...
It's not that sweet.
No, I quite like it actually. It's very delicate.
Definitely.
It's yeah, I would say I would put it in the bracket of a kiwi.
That is
it has a texture like a, what would you call that texture? Like a piece of very soft pumpkin. That's kind of like what the texture is like, right? But no, I'm just saying, I'm talking
pumpkin.
Yeah, but kiwi isn't a West Indian, isn't native to the West Indies. So I'm trying to make it relatable. But the flavor is lovely.
Yeah.
It's not too sweet. It's not tart at all, though. It's like a very mild, sweet taste.
So two of them taste the same? Yeah. Okay, let me taste the white now.
Okay, all right. Okay, so I put in your fork, and I have to taste the pink one? Oh, you think you just want me to feed you again, eh? All right. Okay, let me taste the pink one. Oh.
This one is very different to the first one.
It's very different. Mm-hmm. The pink one almost starts leaning into is it a pawpaw or melon flavor? The white one is much milder.
Even the seeds have a taste.
Yeah. They have little tiny, soft seeds. But I really like the pink one. It's like a cross between a melon, you know, the orange melon, and almost a very, very light, like pawpaw flavor. That was really interesting. All right, so dragon fruit, I think is actually native to Asian countries, side of the world, I think. In fact, my father-in-law in Australia actually has a dragon fruit farm, which I've never been to. And he grows dragon fruit, but strictly for export, because the Asian countries use Bali and those places use a lot of dragon fruit. So what have we done? You've thrown in some of both types?
Right, so I actually use the red dragon fruit, And the skin is actually very, very good. You could actually use the skin, so I actually use the skin and the fruit itself. Muddle it along with some lime and mint.
Wow.
And then I'm gonna add some of our local Belmont coconut rum to that.
Ooh, a coconut rum on top of that.
Coconut rum. I told you.
Well, I can tell you, it looks pretty for starters. Now,
Definitely.
And then we're gonna add a little bit of sugar syrup. So it's just simply sugar and water that we make into a syrup. A lot of persons don't like to taste the sugar granules in their mouth, so we do that just to add a little bit more sweetness to it.
Nice.
Without the grits of the sugar. Okay.
So I've filled the glass with ice, and then I'm gonna top it off with some soda water.
Oh, so get a little kind of bubble in there. Okay. So the question is, who gets to taste it?
Tony, come on down.
No, you said you tasted the dragon fruit first, right?
And just for a little bit of garnish and extra color, we're gonna put in some of the white dragon fruit in it also.
Okay, so you're just gonna throw that in whole. So in fact, you're not going to blend it or anything? You're not blending?
Oh no, we're just gonna add it in. When you mix it with it, it will release some of its flavors from it. But we wanna make sure that we have a little bit of color and variety when it comes to garnishing.
Okay, so when you're drinking it, you're gonna get little bits of the dragon fruit in there. But bearing in mind, it's very soft as well, though, so it's going to kind of dissolve. Would the alcohol make it soften up more?
No, it won't. But because, as I said, it's a soft fruit, but it will stand. You still taste the flavors and everything.
So this is a cocktail with a texture. I am really liking this. So we've got dragon fruit, mint, lime, both types of dragon fruit, soda water, and a very generous serve of Belmont Estate, not too far away from here, coconut rum. And we're getting a big slice of the white dragon. Look at that. That is so pretty. All right. I think we should get Mrs. Morton to taste it first. I think you should come and taste this cocktail first. The main ingredient is the red dragon fruit. She sort of muddled it together with some lime and mint, and then stirred it all up on a lot of ice. She added a generous serve of Belmont Estate coconut rum. So soda water, garnished with some of the white dragon fruit, a little touch of mint and a lime. And that is such a... Oh, she put a little sugar syrup. I think what we call sugar water, really. What she was explaining to us is just to add the sugar, you get a bit of grit. So to make sure you don't get the granules of the sugar, it's made into more of a syrup first. Okay, so note after we've seen how pretty it can look, you get to have a purple cocktail. Live on the live stream? Or you all are asking for trouble? No. Okay, we have to sip together. Pinocchio, don't go into hiding, come. We're gonna sip together. Okay, so what camera are we in? Cheers.
Cheers.
Drink, very flavorful, and of course you could definitely get all the ingredients at the Eco Park. Very nice dragon fruit, the red, the white, all available.
And it's nice and crisp and light. I like that. That's good for a hot day. Yes. Lots of plants all around.
Yes, all around me.
Yes.
And just looking out at the sunset.
And I'm right next to you talking your ear off.
We have 2 bottles to go, please. Yes.
Okay. All right. So there we have this wonderful, and dragon fruit, I've actually seen it in the supermarkets, and of course it's available here at Eco Park as well. And the thing is, it grows really well in a tropical climate. And I got to tell you that there's a huge market for it, as I said, in Asia. So it's a ready-made market. I don't know if that's something we can explore, but we have the land, and we have the right climate for producing it. And there's a ready market for the dragon fruit. So maybe we can start producing it for export. You never know.
All right, Tony. Let's get ready for round 2. All right. Don't forget to share the live. Share the live. Share the live. We have about what? 15,000 online right now. Let me check.
15,000?
Yeah, last time it was 10,000.
Well, what
Put
we
on the
gonna,
next 5.
Another 5,000. Pinocchio, that's all you, you know. That's all you. It's a pretty shirt. Everybody's like, log in and see the pretty shirt. And the food. Everybody wants to know how they can taste this. Well, what is likely to happen is the recipe of the winning dishes is usually made available within the industry. And quite often you will have local restaurants that will add that dish or can add that dish or some version of it to their menu. Now, about round 2, we had mentioned before, but the big thing for round 2, and we're going to have this revealed on the air, the contestants get a mystery basket. Is that what a big orange container is? Oh, it really is a basket. These mystery baskets of ingredients. They have no idea what's in them. Don't take off the towel yet. Because
the same
they're
ingredients
all the same?
All the same ingredients?
All the same ingredients? Okay, so they have the same ingredients in this basket.
All right.
We're going to have the big reveal, and we're going to have a camera up on one of the baskets as well, so we can see at the same time. Now, what is going to happen is that the chef is given 10 minutes to examine what's in the basket, consider what's in there, and decide what they're going to prepare from that, what they're going to prepare using the ingredients in the basket. Now, I did have a couple of questions about those ingredients. And are they required to use all of the ingredients?
Yes, they're required to use the ingredients that's in the basket and also to check out the community kitchen for any supplementary ingredients that they want.
Now, can those supplementary ingredients include what we call relish, like meat and fish and so on?
Well,
okay, she just gave it. That might be in the basket.
Yes, you have to peep in the basket first.
Okay, all right. So the basket will probably include something like that with some other ingredients.
So the community kitchen is
okay, so the community kitchen, and at some point we'll tell you about it. It looks great, right?
Yep.
Lots of fresh produce, various kinds of oils and vinegars and garnishes and condiments and so on. So they can add those to supplement their mystery basket. So 10 minutes to consider what they're going to do, strategize their ideas, and then they actually have to present the details to the judges. So before they start, they're going to say, look, I'm going to do this with a little bit of this and some of this on the side with a sauteed that and a deep fried that. Okay, so they tell the judges, and then they have 45 minutes, and Risa and Larry have 52 minutes because they saved some time in the first round to prepare that dish. And then we go through the same procedure again with the tasting. All right, remember taste, creativity, execution. That is the use of the ingredient, sanitation, hygiene, and presentation. This is what the judges are looking for. Good luck to all of the contestants. And are we going to move in on one of the baskets? Can we get a camera in on one of the baskets? Okay. So we're going to, Pinocchio, come, let's see what's in the basket.
Okay, so we're going to give them a 60 seconds countdown before.
Okay. Oops.
Oh.
All right. So we're ready? Okay, so we're just preparing to look in a basket at the same time that the chef looks in the basket as well. And it seems that the chefs today are in charge of their space entirely. I know in past years sometimes they might have had somebody nearby to help them prep or wash or something like that. But they're really, making this an authentic experience. They're responsible for taking care of all the business in their little mini kitchen.
Okay, so we're going to give them time to clean up. And once the mystery basket revealed, you're going to get the 10 minutes.
Okay, that was what I was saying. I know in previous years when this was held, but often they held in a restaurant that had a full kitchen, there was somebody who would do things like run and wash a pot or, and help out. But today they're responsible for sorting out their own space, cleaning up their own kitchen area and so on, washing their dishes. Let's go take a look. Well, while Pinocchio is checking out what's going on there, I'm going to go take a look at what's in this community kitchen. So we've got onions and peppers, all kinds. Beautiful fare. Some sweet basil, cilantro and parsley. Some lovely looking peppers, red, yellow and green. Bread, fruit, lime, some ground provisions, sweet potato, ginger, broccoli, cucumber, carrots, squash, some avocado, some wine. You got a little wine there. You want to add some wine in something. Some lovely vinegars. Here's a nice mango vinegar, various types of milks, stock, capers. Those are very nice as well. Some barbecue sauce, Dijon mustard, some olive oil and olives as well. Different, they have some passion fruit drink and vinegar and all sorts of produce and condiments and so on.
Okay, we're gonna get ready. We're gonna give it. I'm gonna count down from 10, and you're gonna
Wait, we don't know where
your...
Larry is. Hold on, we've lost Larry. Where? Okay.
Hey.
Larry, we're wait. They're gonna do the countdown now.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
All right.
So what you seeing there, Tony?
We're going to let Larry tell us what
so
he
they
has.
have 10 minutes.
Parmesan, dragon fruit, zucchini. There's a tilapia and breast. Yeah, chicken breast.
Okay, and it...
We have to use both protein?
Yeah, do they... Okay, so either or. Or I suppose if you were
Fish
really
or
creative.
chicken, one or the other.
Or if they wanted to use both, they could, right? You never know. Okay. So they've been presented with a chicken breast, a fillet of tilapia, some shredded Parmesan cheese, and a zucchini. Everything else they can grab from maybe what they already have here in their kitchen areas, or I'm seeing most of them heading over to the community kitchen.
Yep, so they have 10 minutes.
10 minutes.
After the 10 minutes, that's when the cooking starts.
All right. So 10 minutes to decide what they're going to do. And I'm curious, and I guess I'll ask them once they get underway, but I don't want to.
The judges, them,
well, the judges want to try the dragon fruit cocktail too. Oh, yes. It's a lovely afternoon, and we're here at the St. Kitts Eco Park, which is really a glorious, glorious, glorious site. And I do hope that more people will take advantage to come down and spend time here. They're doing some amazing things with some of the fruits that they're growing here. And you can get some really good ideas. I know when I visited once, they were doing some experiments with covering some of the young fruit with these mesh bags that apparently distract the monkeys. For whatever it is, the monkeys don't see or smell or something, the fruit. So they're doing some things like that here. So it's not just a pretty place with pretty flowers and pretty trees. They actually are growing quite a bit of produce here as well. But it is also a glorious venue, and I do believe it's also available for events as well. It's a lovely site for weddings and banquets and that sort of thing. And so if you've not been to the Eco Park, we certainly do encourage it. Okay, so all of the chefs finished a little bit ahead of time, so they all banked a little time. So you want to say, so Yanero has
48 minutes total.
After his 10 minutes of prep, right?
Yes.
Okay, and Larry has
53.
It's 53. Well, I guess maybe he must have finished 8 minutes then, or 45, and right, okay. So he must have had 8 minutes to spare. Then Risa had 7 minutes to spare, so she's 52. And Pearl has 47 minutes, so that means, so they all finished a little bit ahead of time. Kudos to them. What I'm curious about, right, but I'll ask them after. I don't want to interfere with their 10 minutes. But if they already know what they want, and so they go to the table looking for the other ingredients, or if they're looking at the table and thinking, what do I have here, and what can I make? So I'm really interested in that process.
Yes, bartender, next cocktail for me, please. Woo, that tastes good.
Pinocchio. All I know is that the coconut rum is making me burst fire. So I think I better wait until afterwards. Okay. And so Risa is all ready. Okay, so Risa, you're supposed to write down your recipe. Can we get a pen for Risa, please? Because they have to write down their recipe. Her pen isn't working. Okay. So they actually do have to write down. So, oops, sorry, darling. So they have to write down their recipe as well.
No, it's not a criteria. They just have to precisely explain to the judges what their recipes are.
But if they opt to just to wrap their own heads around.
Yes, they can.
Okay. All right. So different creators have different methods. So Risa is jotting down what she plans to do. I guess this helps her to plan, because what you don't want to do is
5 minutes remaining. 5 minutes remaining.
5 minutes, okay. So that she remembers the sequence of events, because you don't want to do something and say, oh, geez, nice. I meant to saute that first. Okay, so she's making a few little notes. Mm-hmm. It'll also help her when the judges come around as well, because so she has to explain.
Yes.
All right, to the judges, what's what. Okay, we have some family members over in the corner. I hope that they have put the camera on them, because there's some good-looking people over there, boy. I'm telling you, they're as pretty as the food. Mm-hmm. So the chefs all had the opportunity to bring a couple of guests along with them. You know, with the pandemic, if you notice, as much as Pinocchio and I are liming, we're still keeping our distance.
Oh, yes.
Because we're talking, and so that's a lot of exchange going on there. So we're trying not to get too close when our masks are not fully on our faces. But because we want to talk to you, it'll muffle our voices if we wear our masks. So this is why everybody's keeping their distance here today, and why only a few people were allowed to attend. But you know what? This virtual thing is amazing, because
definitely
you couldn't have fit 15,000 people into a venue here in St. Kitts and Nevis and get the kind of close-up shots that they've been getting here today at the Eco Park. And we're using the atrium above the museum here at the Eco Park. There's a beautiful sugar museum downstairs that very, very well presented. And I think the only museum or display I can think of at this time in St. Kitts that actually has pieces of factory machinery on exhibit. I know there was a time when there was talk of actually turning the factory or an old estate into a full-on sugar museum where you could go and see the whole process. That hasn't come to pass yet, but certainly what they have here at the Eco Park is an excellent start, because you actually can see some of the machinery and they explain
definitely
what it's about and so on. And of course, that we were built on sugar, right? So all of us and our people came out of the sugar industry.
City.
That's right. They don't call us Sugar City for nothing. So it's our history. And I mean, it wasn't necessarily all good at all, but it certainly made us stronger for it, and we survived that time. So it's something we all need to know about.
Well, so we're going on now they're going around and sharing the...
Hang on, Pinocchio.
This is the time I've been waiting for.
No, it's your food they're sharing, Pinocchio.
Hello, ladies first. So it's your food they're sharing, they're going to share mine, but they're going to get all before mine come up.
Yeah. All right, so Pinocchio and I have to hope that we get to sample some of that food. What are those? Those are plantain puffs? I see the people eating the plantain.
Hello, save, save two for me, one for Tony. Yeah.
I take the one at this point.
Don't forget, it's the 6th annual St. Kitts
I call them good looking, and
Nevis
they
Restaurant Week virtual cook-off.
All right, and one of the things we had spoken about before is that this year for the first round, they had to choose an ingredient and pick any ingredient that had been used in previous years. But what I have here is a list of the folks who won in the previous years with the particular ingredient. This all started 5 years ago, so 2015, so this year is the 6th one.
Nice.
So in 2015, the first year, the main ingredient was breadfruit, And the winner was Maureen Stapleton. I got to taste that. It was a chowder. It was a breadfruit chowder.
And I was here, boy.
It was so good. I still remember that one.
Glad maybe so please get down.
In 2016.
Wait a 1 minute, one minute remaining, 1 minute, 60
it actually looks
seconds.
like they've started. Okay, so at this stage, Jason, is at this stage that you all go around and talk to them about what they're doing? Okay, so they only have a minute. So what happens when that 10-minute period is up? Do you all go around and ask them what they're presenting?
Yes. We have to ask, they have to also state exactly what it is that they're doing. If they say that they're doing fried chicken, comes out baked, might have to look at that.
Okay, so they now present their ideas to the judges, not for them to say yes or no, but for them to let them know what they can expect, and they'll be looking out for just that. After that, they have 45 minutes, so let's see.
Yeah, don't forget after
how
10
this
minutes,
all goes down.
That's when the time starts to roll.
Wait, but hold on, no, but they have a period to talk to the judges first, right? They get to talk to the judges first. I don't think that comes out to their 45 minutes. Right? Okay, can you confirm that for us, please, Pinocchio? I don't think that could come out to their 45 minutes.
They have 5 minutes.
Or 5 minutes to talk to the judges, okay. And then they have 45 minutes to, well, more than 45 minutes, as we said. Okay, so you all, that's your time, they've already started.
10 minutes are up.
Okay, so the judges
5
will
minutes
now.
now, yeah. 5 minutes start now.
Okay, so the judges are now going to each mini kitchen and talking to the chefs about what they plan to do with their ingredients. Again, for those just tuning in, or maybe you popped out and came back in, we're in round 2 of the Restaurant Week virtual, well, it was a virtual cook-off, but they're now here live at the St. Kitts Eco Park where they're preparing their dishes. Round 2 is even more exciting. They have been given a mystery basket of hi. So you have fish, you've got a fillet of tilapia, a breast of chicken, what was the other thing? A dragon fruit and Parmesan. And you have to use all of those and can add anything else. I know you're going to get into it with the chefs, but tell us what's percolating in your brain.
I don't want to say it.
Okay, she's... okay, have you decided which protein you're going to use?
Yes, I'm using the tilapia.
All right, so she's going to work with the tilapia.
Oh, she's going with the fish. Nice.
All right.
Don't forget to share the live. Big up Scotty Hanley and everybody on the live. Say good afternoon to everybody on the live.
Scotty, how are you doing?
Yeah, man. Big up everybody on the live.
He's gonna be a little jealous because he thinks that he's my favorite co-host. Yeah, we're gonna have to talk about that. Okay. Scotty. Anyhow.
Yeah, if you're on the live, give me some love, give me some likes.
All right. Yeah, she said she didn't want to say yet. We did ask. Oh, she was waiting for you. Okay. I'm going to go around behind and put a mic close to her. So all of us are going to hear now what Chef Pearl is going to be doing with her tilapia.
So I want to do my take on fish nuggets and chips. So I'm going to dice the tilapia into bite-sized pieces, coat it in seasoning and flour, and pan fry it. And then I'm going to make Parmesan encrusted zucchini fries with a spicy dragon fruit sauce with ginger and white wine.
Wow.
Wow. And have you done anything like that before? You just came up with that?
I've worked with tilapia before and I've worked with zucchini before, but I've never worked with dragon fruit.
All right, so I love this sense of adventure. Fantastic. Well, that was the other ingredient,
Tony.
Zucchini, dragon fruit, right.
Tony, that dish there so romantic.
Well, Pinocchio, they have some wine over in the kitchen there.
That is so romantic.
How many cocktails have you had? I'm getting a little suspicious now.
Okay, we're over by Mr. Larry now.
Okay, Larry, talk to us. You want to hold the mic first?
I am going to do a stuffed chicken breast with zucchini and Parmesan cheese. I want to attempt dragon fruit beurre blanc. is cream sauce. So, yeah, with some roast vegetables. My dish is going to be a light dish, short on time and equipment. So I'm attempting a lighter, more refined dish.
Okay. We take that mic, okay? So Larry getting fancy. Beurre blanc.
Yeah.
Beurre blanc. I just like to say it, beurre blanc. All right. And now we are over here by Chef Yanero. Pinocchio, you're going to let him do his thing?
Yes, so what I'm going to prepare for you guys is it's going to be tilapia and dragon fruit ceviche with a mini zucchini palm sandwiches. So it's going to be a combination of veggies and a little meat.
All right. Okay. It's amazing how they've come up with three so far, three totally different takes.
You understand?
On the exact same ingredients. Okay. So they're doing, okay, so he's doing a ceviche with the dragon fruit and the tilapia. Ceviche? Ceviche, And then, okay, and then he's doing, okay, so he's doing a ceviche with the tilapia and the dragon fruit, and then he's going to do a parmesan and zucchini sandwich on the side. That's interesting, and as we said, all of the chefs have come up with something completely different. We're going over by Risa now. Have you all talked to Risa already? Okay, so Risa, if you can tell us what you're making.
Okay, I'm going to be doing a chicken parmesan rolled with bell peppers, both green, red, and yellow. It's going to be stuffed with the parmesan and also decorated on top. And I'm going to do zucchini strips. They're going to be rolled. And for the dragon fruit, I'm going to dice it and have a sugar topping, glazed topping on top as well of that.
Oh my goodness, all right. It's amazing, the creativity here this afternoon at the Restaurant Week Cook-Off, the finals of the annual Cook-Off. The chefs have just been given a basket of secret ingredients. Well, not secret anymore, they were. They know what's in the basket. It was a filet of tilapia, a nice chicken breast, appears to be boneless, a zucchini, a dragon fruit, which we've just been hearing about, and very delicate, very light flavored fruit, and Parmesan cheese. Of course, you put cheese goes with everything. We have four very, very different dishes that the chefs are going to prepare. I guess they're going to stand at their station and there'll be a countdown. They'll have 45 minutes. Are they supposed to wait and all start at the same time then? Okay, let me just try to confirm that. Okay, so the chefs, when the chefs are ready, they'll all go at the same time. Is that correct?
Yes, we're ready to start. We're ready to start.
Okay, we're just waiting for Yaniro.
Okay. So we're going to count down 10 seconds and then we start.
All right, so Yaniro is making his way back to, is there something you need, Yaniro? Okay, so Yaniro is getting some tools of some, and he is going to go back. I guess we'll give him time to get back because we want them all to start at exactly the same time. They will have 45 plus minutes. Each of them had a few minutes left over, and they got to tack those on to the minutes in their second round. And what we'll do while they're in the first stages of preparation, I would like for us to go back to Mrs. Morton and finish our conversation with her about tourism, because you know it's a huge contributor to our economy. And since the lockdown, of course, everything is sort of a bit in limbo, but we are making baby steps towards shifting back and that becoming our focus again. And there are lots of implications for that, but I know there's been some training going on with folks working in hospitality. And of course, we've been keeping an eye. We're going to count to 10. Okay, so I'm going to count down from 10. Pinocchio is going to do that, though, because he's way more dramatic. You see what I mean?
Children of all ages, let's get ready cooking. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ding, 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 ding.
All right,
Start the
and they're off.
And they're off. And the phone long. All right, let's go.
I was
Everybody
expecting
at the
this
line.
flurry of action, and I gotta tell you, it's a bit anticlimactic. Oh, somebody's putting on gloves. Well, and we've got some folks cutting up things already. Okay, so the cutting up has started.
Okay, cameraman, they said they want to see more of the food prep.
They want to see the food prep. All right,
Stay
and that's
there for
very important.
3 minutes, then go there for 3 minutes, then go there.
That
Yep.
sounds good. Okay. So maybe what we can do is while we're looking at what's going on, Pinocchio, you want to kind of describe, or you want me to kind of describe? We're looking at, okay, I will talk about what Larry is doing. Larry is cutting up a red onion. Okay, and look at how finely he's able to do that. See, that is years of experience. Look at that. All right, so he is dicing his onion with the most delicate and swift of strokes. And now he's doing a little something with a piece of garlic. Yeah, okay, he has a slicey thing there. Mandolin.
Yes.
Okay, or otherwise known as a slicey thing. In my kitchen, Larry, it's called a slicey thing, but apparently fancy people call it a mandolin. But very, very thin slices of garlic. And that's very interesting. Now, I'd like to ask Larry when he's not so distracted, if, like, what the difference is, why sometimes you might slice garlic, other times you might crush it. Is it a flavor thing or a texture thing, Larry? It's just flavor?
A quick infused oil with the garlic, and I started by slicing it. So when you have crushed garlic or minced garlic, it browns quickly. But when you have them sliced, they take a little longer, so you get a more flavorful oil.
Oh, okay. So what you mean is that that's when you burn it up. So the reason I'm always burning my garlic is because the pieces are too small.
Yeah.
Gotcha. All right. So if you try, so it's really the oil that you're going for. Is that correct? Okay. So he's flavoring the oil with thin, thin, thin slices of garlic. And now you've learned something new. If you didn't already understand why you're always burning your garlic, if you just turn away for a second. All right. Okay.
Okay, we're gonna come
Right.
up now.
Now we're gonna come
Cameraman,
down.
come on down.
Okay, so we are now by Yanero. He has been dicing his chicken in very...
Fish.
Oh, he's doing the tilapia, sorry. At this stage, it could be anything. They're similar colors,
So true.
but he did tell us it was the tilapia. But he's dicing it very, 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 very fine. Now, he's doing the ceviche. And maybe, Pinocchio, if we can get close, he can tell us about the ceviche, because once upon a time, I just thought that was something they prepared in Jamaica, but it's on menus all over the island now. What does ceviche mean in regards to what you're presented with? Is it the way you prepare the food?
Say again?
What is ceviche?
Well, ceviche basically is a fish, basically with lime, onions, peppers. It's very fresh, and it doesn't take any cooking.
So it's actually...
It's done with the lime, the acid from the lime.
So you're saying that it's uncooked fish. But that's okay, because we're all eating sushi these days. So, so the ceviche, which is delicious, so it's prepared, so the lime is what actually prepares it, if you will. Okay, so very clever way to save some time. So he's diced up his tilapia, and he's going to do the ceviche with the...
Nice.
You were going to do it with the dragon fruit? Right. Have you worked with dragon fruit before, or you're experimenting live on the air?
Actually, had that growing up in the yard.
Oh, fantastic. Okay, so he has an advantage. Okay, well done. So he had, we didn't have the mic up close, so he's just telling us that they had a dragon fruit in the yard when he was growing up. So he's doing a ceviche with...
Okay, cameraman, let's go over. Sorry?
Sorry, and then he's going to make sandwiches from Parmesan and zucchini. All right, so we have... Risa is over here sauteing, but she's talking to the judge, so I think she should get to talk to the judge first.
I'm sauteing my peppers now. This will be then stuffed into my chicken breast and then refried with the cheese.
Okay, so she is sauteing the peppers first. Is that a flavor or a texture thing?
It is both flavor and texture because it's so hard. I'm going to fry the chicken. I don't want the peppers then to be hard. So I'm sauteing first, then add to the chicken, then put back into the fryer to finish with the flavoring.
All right, okay, so we'll pass back a little later to see how that all plays out. But let me tell you, that is already smelling good. What kind of oil you're using? Just vegetable oil? She's just using a vegetable oil. It smells lovely. Okay, and Pearl is she has a little mixing bowl. She's doing something with the Parmesan. And let's find out what Pearl is doing over here, if it doesn't distract her too much. I'll come in on this side so you can show them camera over there what's going on.
So I already diced the zucchini and I salted them lightly. I already diced and seasoned the fish, and I'm here making the egg wash for the zucchini fries, and I'm going to do the first coat and then the second coat in flour.
All right, okay, so we're going to get zucchini fries here today. All right, so I'm loving the variety in the dishes that are being prepared. And while they're doing that, I know we were talking about some previous winners, like Maureen Stapleton, who won in the first year with the breadfruit was the dish. In the second year, we had pumpkin, and the winner of that was Sheila Harris, who is, after retiring from the civil service, she became very involved in agro-processing. She did a stewed pumpkin with chicken that was deemed the most delicious, so she won that year. In 2017, we had Chef Larry Monrose, who is here with us today. So Larry is a previous winner of the competition.
Yeah.
He won in 2017 with yam.
So he's back.
That's why his face was familiar. I got to tell you, I was there too. Pinocchio, I find my way to these places.
It's like yam here.
So he did a yam nochi with a yam butter sauce. That was an interesting year. Remember that year somebody did a cocktail using yam. Okay, and then in 2018 and 2019, LaShona Davis won 2 years in a row, 2018 with plantain. She did a Le Pastello school-infused jerk chicken with plantain lasagna. And in 2019, last year, when coconut was the main ingredient, she did a pan-seared lionfish with a lime coconut sauce served with sweet potato mash and coconut callaloo veg. So that was quite an elaborate one. Interesting that she went with the lionfish. You know, they're trying desperately at fisheries to encourage people to use the lionfish because they are not native to this part of the world. They're an invasive species that I know one of our photographers here knows all about the lionfish, or should. But the lionfish had been brought into southern United States, places like Florida, because they're very pretty to look at. And they were in big aquariums in Florida and restaurants and so on. Then there were hurricanes, aquariums broke, they got into the sea, and they've now made their way down to this part of the world. They produce very, very quickly. They have no natural predators, and they eat other fish. So the lionfish is producing fast, their population is not being culled, and they are decimating our fish populations. So what the Ministry of Agriculture and Fisheries has been trying to do is encourage chefs to use lionfish in their dishes. The meat is apparently very tasty. It's quite light. The problem is that it's very difficult to clean. It has all these spines, and if one of them prick you, you could get paralyzed. So you have to, well, not forever, but... So you have to use like these special clippers to clip off the spine. So they take a little time to clean, but the fish is delicious. So if we can start using it, we might as well, because they're killing off a lot of our fish, but also it helps to cull the population. So that was something that last year's winner worked with the lionfish, which was a little extra nod to environmental conservation. Okay, so where are we? Pinocchio, you've been looking around. What's everybody up to?
We have 10 minutes gone so far. 10 minutes gone so far.
All right, and we are going to get a final announcement today, by the way, Pinocchio. This is no go home and hear the results later. We're going to find out today. The winner is going to get a trophy and a $1,000 cash prize.
And bragging rights for a whole year.
Imagine. And all live streamed in front of 15,000 people. You understand? Now the runner-ups though are also going to, the runners-up are going to, that's the right way to say it, the runners-up are going to get a participation trophy and a $500
What? They getting money too? Wow.
Yeah.
Awesome.
And of course they get the exposure as well, and again, it's amazing in St. Kitts that people are, I tell you, man, I don't know, we're so, I don't want to say westernized, but we really have a elevated standard of living in St. Kitts and Nevis. So people will do things like hire a chef to cook for their birthday party and so. So, this is also exposure for some of these amazing chefs here today. I'm just blown away by how quickly they were able to come up with ideas from the basket of mystery ingredients. They were able to do this very, very quickly. I was hoping to get a chance to speak with Mrs. Morton again, but she's outside. She stepped out. But Mr. Williams, why don't you come to us a little bit and tell us how you all have been keeping yourselves busy through the COVID. You don't want to come and talk with us a bit about this? He's always, this guy had worked so hard. He's probably one of the hardest working people in the ministry, but always likes to be behind the scenes. So we're in Alistair Williams here today. Tell us a bit about your team, who has been working on all of this, and I'm sure there are people you need to thank.
Yeah. Well, we have a very hard-working team, as the PS indicated earlier on. We have Tishana, who is really the coordinator for this whole effort. Then of course, we have Rashid, our photographer. We have Tishel, who is the park manager, Floyd, as well as Chelsea. And there's Tishana somewhere. And what's the next one? Okay. Johnny Hill, somewhere downstairs. Yeah, I keep so much names I can't remember. But yes, this is an effort that we started some 6 years ago. And, we felt that is something that is very important. And as you know, Restaurant Week in particular, we started it because we felt that it is an opportunity for us to create some linkages between farmers and hoteliers and restaurateurs, as well as linkages with consumers, because, it was an opportunity for consumers to eat out at their favorite restaurants and eating places and enjoy their favorite meals at reduced prices. So Restaurant Week created that opportunity. But more importantly, it was about food security and food safety. I think as you hinted about that earlier on, and COVID taught us that we really have to do something about local consumption, agriculture, the planting, and so on. So this is an effort where we hope that eventually we'll be able to reach a lot more mom and pop establishments, because visitors, when they come to the island, they want the authentic Kittitian and Nevisian experience. And so we find that Restaurant Week can make that happen and bring us a little closer to at least knowing about these places and being able to experience some of what they have to offer.
Well, now that you mention it, Alistair, today we have been talking a bit about the fact that Kittitians in particular, and Nevis as well, but in St. Kitts in particular, that we are a dine out kind of population. Yes. As soon as they just ease the curfew a little bit, we were out. And restaurants were one of the few places that were able to keep operating at the height of the lockdown as well. And they survived because we like to eat out. Do you think that you can take some credit? Because I have, in the 20 years that I've been back, really seen us advanced to that place. you know, from, not that there's anything wrong, and it's certainly economically, it's good to take it a lunch to work, and maybe you just buy a piece of chicken on the side of the road. But no, it's just, eating out is just done, or ordering the food from a restaurant. And even I've seen people hiring chefs for their private birthday party at home and caterers and
most
so on.
certainly. I think the COVID, to some extent, creating an opportunity for our local chefs and cooks to be innovative, to be creative, and many of them did accept the challenge, and they came up with a lot of new concepts, a lot of new strategies in order to survive. And I'm happy that the local populace have been really supporting them, eating out. There's quite a heightened, a heightened expectation, so to speak. And we see more and more of them springing up. Every time you look on Facebook or on social media generally, you see all these new places. And mind you, most of them have some really exciting dishes. And so we are happy to be in a position to help to bring some of those experiences to the average man, to the visitor. Locals, both Saints and neighbors, but also to the visitor as well. So we want people to be able to go out and support these establishments and help them to develop their craft and sharpen their skills, because at the end of the day, as a tourism-dependent destination, these are some of the places that the visitor would want to visit, would want to experience, and so we want to be able to lend our support and in some way help them, but more importantly, bringing us back to the whole idea of planting and producing so that we could sustain what we have on island.
Now, let's take it back a bit pre-COVID. Would you say that Restaurant Week also had a role to play in the increased, increased or enhanced culinary, we're becoming sort of culinary experts almost, but what I was talking about with Jason is that, Kititians do go to restaurants more. And I know that was one of the concepts of Restaurant Week.
Exactly.
But, opening up more restaurants to more people. Right. And we've just gone and run with it.
Gravitated towards that idea. And I would think that, Restaurant Week played a part in, opening up the whole opportunity and exposing nationals to a lot more of the eating places and so on the island. Because one thing we don't want residents and nationals to think that a lot of these restaurants, a lot of these places are meant specifically for the visitor, because charity begins at home. So we want them to be able to experience. I always tell friends and even some of my co-workers and so on, the best way for you to sell a product is to experience it. And so if you haven't eaten at a Marshall's or Cooper's, or any of the other restaurants on island, you cannot sell them because, you won't be in a position to speak about, your experience there, the dishes and the taste and so on. But, I'm happy that we have quite a lot of exciting things happening as far as gastronomy, as far as culinary.
That's the word I was looking for.
And I'm hoping to see it grow even more. I mean, as you know, last year for the first time we brought in an international chef, Chef Pino, who were able to not only present some of his work with, I think he teamed up with Marshalls and they did some remarkable stuff together. He also worked with some of the students at the Clarence Fitzroy Bryant College, and I think the whole idea is to be able to have a continued program where some of those students can pretty much be tutored by him in some form, as we go forward with Restaurant Week. But we want to see more of our nationals living abroad who have made it in the culinary field to, come down to St. Kitts to let people see who they are and for them to understand that, listen, it's not just about cooking some food and so on. There's a lot more to it, and you can reach some really high levels, not only in a hotel, but in some of the more celebrated restaurants the world over. So we want our locals to see that, the sky is the limit as far as culinary is concerned.
Well, I think a big step in that is what we see happening, and that is locals being more exploratory with food and trying different types of food. And we do have such a great variety for an island this size.
Exactly.
And I think that it speaks volumes that most of all that I can think of restaurants have survived with the local population.
Exactly right.
Which means that we can keep them going.
Exactly. I think COVID had taught us that, showed us the power of the local dollar, the local consumer, because I've listened to many establishments, even outside of the restaurant business, who have said that, listen, I've survived because of the local population. They have supported me well. They continue to come and buy whatever, produce whatever service, the establishment offers. And so, we want people to understand that, a lot of what we do, we want our local people, our own people to experience it first so that they can better able to sell it to the rest of the world. But I'm happy to see what is happening here this afternoon. I'm excited. I'm not cooking, but I feel as if, I'm in the competition. The Angela is really running high and so on. So I expect to see some great things. I've seen some great stuff earlier on from the first round. And, I'm curious to see what they come up with in the second round. And I'm sure they'll come up with some really great dishes.
Now, talk to me a little bit about the next step, because we are looking at our borders opening sooner rather than later. I know, and I don't know if you would want to ask Mrs. Morton to step in on this part. Mrs. Morton, of course, being the permanent secretary. I know we're approaching this tentatively, and we have been keeping our eye on what's going on in the rest of the region. There have been some alarming things, but there have also been some success stories like St. Lucia, which has a very, very controlled visitor program, but they've managed to make it work. So I was just wondering how much Mrs. Morton is able to tell us, and the 15,000 plus people, just hanging out with us today, about how we take those baby steps into our borders open.
As you said, it's incremental. Nobody wants the sector to open up more than we do, but we want to make sure that we do it in a very responsible way. We want to make sure that we do it in a safe way. We have seen a number of other destinations, and this isn't to make a jab at anybody, because every situation is different, and people, they're in their own sovereign space, and they make their own decisions. But a number of the destinations, unfortunately, would have opened up only to have to close down again. I think what is very, very important is that we get our citizens to understand, even now, when we have not really reopened our borders to international travel, regional travel, and so on, we must begin here and now to make it a part of our practice, to make it routine, to, as much as we possibly can, sanitize, make sure that we put on our masks, make sure we social distance as best we can, so that by the time the borders do open, it becomes just almost, something that we do naturally. You don't have to think about it. It's almost like second nature. And so we are appealing to our citizens, because that, by and large, is what is going to allow us, when we do reopen, to stay open. And that is what we want. So I think that is a plug that I need to put in. But as I said, we are meeting, we are discussing. Training has already begun for over 5,000 persons. I think we're up to something like maybe pretty close to 1,000, if not a little over that.
Before you go further, can we explore that a little bit? What is different about this? Is training, particularly as it pertains to working in this new dispensation?
Yes, and it is doubling down on some of the practices that we should have been actually engaging in even prior to COVID, but even more so now. The hygiene, washing the hands every minute, making sure that we clean the spaces around us, we make sure we sanitize, and so on and so forth, because that is basically how the virus spreads from person to person. Once it gets on your hands, it gets on your clothes, it gets on your face, that type of thing. Then it makes its way into your respiratory tract and that type of thing. So the more we can clean, the more we can sanitize, the more we can social distance, the more difficult it is for the virus to be transmitted. So I think that is a message that we just have to keep hammering over and over for our young people, our population in general.
Has any decision or final decision been made yet in what those protocols would look like for the visitor coming in? Would it be similar to, say, Antigua, where they just have to test and we hope for the best? Or St. Lucia, which is saying you test and then when you come in, you have to stay within the environs of the resort that you're staying at. And you can only, like, you can go on a boat cruise, but you can't go into town, where you would mix with people and those sorts of things. Have we made final decisions yet in how all of that's going to roll out?
Still fine-tuning. Just yesterday, I was with a number of other colleagues in tourism and health and so on. We were still fine-tuning along with CAFA. We're making sure that we adhere to international standards. We're making sure that we observe all of the best practices. We're tweaking as best as we can. And ideally, we would want a uniform type of approach in the region, so that it is easy. If Tony goes to St. Lucia, she knows just what is expected in St. Lucia is expected in Antigua, is expected in St. Kitts and so on. Because we feel that when travel resumes, quite a number of persons are going to do multiple destinations. When cruise resumes, nobody cruises to one destination. So if we can have a kind of comprehensive, holistic, uniformed type of approach to how we manage tourism in the region, I think it would be in the best interest of all concerned, and it would drive that type of consumer confidence that we want to inspire as well.
Now, have moves been made in that regard at the regional level? Or is have moves been made in that regard?
That's ongoing.
Okay.
Those types of discussions take place on a very frequent basis, so that we have a harmonized type of approach to reopening the borders.
All right. Well, of course, we all like to hear you talking about best practices. As we said, some territories seem to be doing better than others in that regard. But you know, like you said, Mrs. Morton, we also have to take some responsibility. Again, not to be pointing fingers, but there was a situation in the Bahamas where their numbers are in the almost 2,000. And what had happened apparently when those borders reopened is that a whole bunch of Bahamians went to Florida to shop. So there you go. We have to
be sensible.
We do. And I think I've heard it described as the best thing you can do is pretend that you have COVID and everybody else has it. So you don't want to make anybody sick. You don't want to get sick. You mask up when you're out in public. Socially distance. Wash your hands.
And that is how we are going to manage it. Because that's the perspective that we have to adopt now, that it is going to be with us for quite some time, for the foreseeable future. So how do you manage it so you reduce the chances that you transmit it from person to person? You do the best you can, and be fair to others, because when you take into consideration that there might be persons who are asymptomatic, you have it, you don't know. You don't know.
But you're giving it to somebody.
No symptoms, whatever it is, and you take it home to your grandmother or your aunt or your child or whatever it is.
I mean, a 12-year-old boy died the other day in Jamaica.
So it's about us understanding that COVID is the pandemic. COVID, the virus, is a very serious illness, and that we have to treat it as such. We have to respect it, and we have to conduct ourselves in a very sensible and responsible way. Life goes on, and that is the catch. What it is, they call it 22?
Oh, yeah.
That you have to live. You understand what I mean? Yes, we have closed down the borders. Yes, we have tried our best to stave it off as best we can. But at some point, we're going to have to reopen, because the economic realities are that people have to make a living. The government cannot indefinitely continue to support every other household. So if we want to make sure that we resume as normal a lifestyle as we possibly can, what are we individually and collectively going to do to make sure that we're able to sustain that in the long, over the long run?
That's right. All the protocols in the world, Mrs. Morton, are only as good as we are compliant. So it's up to us, because if you have the rules and we're not following them, we
But
could all
as I
get
was
sick.
saying, we are training our persons in the industry. It's about 5,000 plus persons in different categories. In different categories.
Okay.
Okay? So we have our taxi drivers, we have our restaurateurs, we have our hoteliers, we have persons who, the waitresses, you know, all of the different
and the
areas.
arts and crafts people.
All the artisans, you know, everybody, we're trying our best, because when all is said and done and the industry, you know, is reactivated, it's re-energized and so on, we are going to have to engage and interact with our guests when they come, and we want to do so in such a way that people do not feel ostracized, but everybody understands the dynamic, everybody understands the environment in which we are working. So we're still very hospitable, but we're also still being very responsible with how we engage each other.
All right, well, I guess, so your message to us is to...
To everybody, whether you're in the tourism, because let me tell you, all of us are in the tourism industry, whether it is directly or indirectly. Our livelihoods, the livelihoods of our neighbors, our friends, our siblings are all in some way connected to a vibrant, very competitive, you know, tourism industry that is doing well, that is attractive, that is appealing, that is bringing in people. So many livelihoods rely on the tourism industry. So whatever we can do to make sure that we contribute to a tourism industry that is safe, to one that, you know, people would feel as if when they come here, they're not going to leave sick, you understand? Whatever we can do to make sure that we promote, we market, we keep the destination safe, that is what we should commit ourselves to doing.
Thank you very much,
You're
Mrs.
welcome.
Carleen Henry Morton, the permanent secretary. And so I'm looking for, Pinocchio has taken over his other job, and he is filming some of the good food. We now are down to less than 10 minutes, less than 15 minutes now. We spent all of that time chatting. You know, when you're having a good time, you do sometimes lose track of the time. But how much time are we down to now? We have what, about 12 minutes or so now? 13 minutes left. Okay, and we're going to go around. I see Pinocchio is doing some filming over on this side. Well, so let us see how Yanero is doing. We have just about 12, 13 minutes left. So these look like so these look like, Yanero, tell us what these are, some kind of chips. These are chips over here? Oh, it's part of his sandwich. All right, okay. And he's cutting up some avocado as well. He's got some lime and so on. So he's doing a ceviche with the dragon fruit and the tilapia, and he's doing sandwiches out of primarily Parmesan and zucchini, but he is he's using a number of other ingredients, lime, some of the scallions, and some nice fresh-looking avocado, and some yellow onions, as peppers as well, some yellow peppers too, and I'm seeing alfalfa sprouts and some other good things here as well. All right, so where are we going to go and view next? Are we going to go over by Risa and see how,
what is this?
where she's ready to roll already?
Wow.
Oh my goodness, Risa, tell us more. I'm coming around with the mic. Oh my goodness.
Oh, wow.
Oh, did she do that so quickly? That would take me all day.
I have my Parmesan chicken. It's stuffed with bell peppers and Parmesan cheese. It's topped with a leaf of basil right out of my garden, because basil adds a nice flavor and aroma to the chicken as well. It complements the chicken well. I also have a tomato, and in that section right here, I'm going to add my dragon fruit topped with a caramel topping there.
All right. So, and we've got and the zucchini is sauteed?
Yes, it's sauteed and rolled. Zucchini does not need too much cooking. Some people just grate it, they do a pasta. There's so much you can do with zucchini in a whole.
All right, so that is looking wonderful there too. We're gonna slide on down by Pearl, who's coming along as well with her zucchini fries. And I'm gonna go around by Pearl, and she can tell us a little bit about what's happening. We have somebody here who's filming. You're here to support Pearl?
Yeah.
Who are you to Pearl?
Her father.
Your Pearl's daddy? Was she always a good cook?
Yeah.
She was in the kitchen from small?
She mother is a good cook, and you'll just come out and chip up the old block.
Well, she was very quick to come up with a dish here this afternoon. Now, I see her over here straining the dragon fruit. Tell us what you did to the dragon fruit.
In the dragon fruit, I sauteed some onions, sweet pepper, garlic, and some jalapeno pepper, one jalapeno pepper, some diced ginger, and I degazed the pan with some white wine. And then after I turned off the heat, I just hit it with a bit of lemon juice.
Okay, and then you're going to use this as a topping on your...
It's going to be a dip.
Oh, she's doing a dip for the chips, the zucchini chips.
Both the chips as well as the fish.
Okay, so she's done the tilapia as well, and she has zucchini chips, and you use the Parmesan for the breading?
I did a wet coating of Parmesan cheese and egg. Well, before that, I hit it with a bit of salt after I diced it up, just to release some of the liquid. Then I made a wet batter with Parmesan cheese and some egg, and then I had a dry batter of just flour and salt.
For the fish?
For the zucchini fries.
That went on top. Oh, so you did two batters?
Yes, I did.
Ooh, all right. Does that make it crispier or more layered in flavor?
It's supposed to make it layered in flavor as well as more crispy.
All right. And then she's making her dip from the dragon fruit. Okay, and then over to Chef Larry. Oh, he has completely different colors here. What's yellow? Well, I tell you, Larry is a magician. Okay, so I can't quite get to Larry with the mic, but I don't want him to stop working. So, Larry, I don't know if Pinocchio can lean in and get the mic by you. Let me see what I can do, because I don't want you to stop working, but I really want to know what you're doing.
I made my bubla. I pureed some ginger and carrot. So apart from just color, it'll give me a little depth in my dish. Because you have the chicken, I added some rosemary. So I just added some carrots and ginger for some more earthy depth in my dish.
So that's a sauce? That's going to be like...
It's a puree. So the sauce is the beurre blanc.
So are you going to be sauteing it or in that, or you're just going to pour it on top?
No, I'm going to use it as a base for the plate.
Oh, okay. All right. Got you.
Yeah.
Okay, and wait, where's the zucchini? What happened to that?
I stuffed my chicken with the zucchini and some Parmesan.
Ah, okay. Wonderful. Okay, well, we're looking forward to when that gets out of the oven as well. How many views have you got, Pinocchio?
Wow. Could say 11,304.
Oh my goodness, is Scotty still with us?
Yes, Scotty's there.
Scotty!
Yeah, Scotty said he liked the shots, he liked the shots.
Well,
He liked the
Scotty,
interviews.
over the lockdown, was doing some cooking himself, and he was posting some very delicious looking food. Pre-COVID too, but what would happen is he would get a craving for some home-cooked food, and he couldn't find it in California, wherever he is, so he would just make it, and it worked. So I hope you're getting some ideas, Scotty. Okay, so the chefs are also talking to the judges. I think Risa and Yanero are the furthest along with their dishes. Risa has already served up, and Yanero has put his ceviche out, and that is so that is the fish. That is, what's the correct word for when you're doing a ceviche and you let it sit in the, what's the word, marinade? You marinate it in the lime, is that right? Lime, okay. And then he's added some dragon fruit, some tomato, some little tiny diced up bits of yellow pepper, and he's making his little zucchini sandwiches. So it's a little tiny zucchini sandwich with a slice of avocado and some Parmesan. And what's that underneath it? Is that potato?
Then I added the dragon fruit. Then I added my cream. I let it reduce for about 5 minutes. I let it sit in the fridge because I wanted to puree it. I blend it so it will be a smooth
That has
sauce.
a nice little bite to it, those capers.
I just blended my ingredients together. And
okay?
yeah, I have my bubla.
Okay, he touched a very hot pot.
Ginger carrot puree. And notice I said ginger,
going to
carrot.
wander
And not
over.
carrot, ginger, okay? I wanted my puree. I wanted my puree, my carrot puree, because I added some rosemary to the chicken, so it had that earthy feel, you know, add some more depth to my dish. That's why I made my carrot ginger puree. Sorry?
What exactly did you saute with?
Saute what? Onion, garlic, some rosemary. Some a mixture of EVOO and regular veg oil. Yeah, but I mounted Obe, so I have my room temperature butter, and when I was blending, I just mounted the butter, so you have a nice rich creamy.
All right, he was using some fancy words there on us. We're going to get him to break that down. That was like chef language. Okay, we have 5 more minutes, and it looks like everybody is coming in on time. Pearl has now laid out her fish and her zucchini fries with her dragon fruit dip, and it's a lovely sort of coral color. It's really very pretty. And then we have Pearl's chicken parmesan stuffed with bell peppers and
basil leaf as well.
okay, so chicken parmesan stuffed with stuffed with parmesan, of course, and bell peppers, and then topped with parmesan and a bay leaf. And
I have my dragon fruit with a little caramelized sugar. Reason because dragon fruit itself is very soft, so I just incorporated this as a sweet texture to the rest of the salt and the pepper to even it out with the sweetness of the dragon fruit as well.
okay, and then she has the sauteed zucchini rolled as well, and she's done a tomato like a lovely flower. So we have a little bit of tomato there.
We have like 5 more minutes before the 45 minutes mark, but everybody seems to be almost finished.
Almost finished, yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Okay, so, and we just have, Yanero has just pulled out his chicken breast.
Tony, the
so presentations are
wow.
looking lovely.
Look at this one here.
I know, the ceviche with the little sandwiches, the little zucchini sandwiches.
Wow, awesome.
It's, yeah, they're really, really lovely. And what I like about this is the one they had to do on their feet.
Yeah.
This was... Okay, we're at the 45. 3 minutes.
3 minutes more before the 45 minutes mark.
Too relaxed. 3 minutes.
And then they have the added time. Wow.
Well, you know, one of the things, Pinocchio, is that
this almost look like a Christmas tree.
It does, though. Look at that. Can we get a camera on that?
Well.
Well, and so the judges are setting up for the tasting. So is that sugar? Is that caramelized sugar?
It is caramelized sugar. Sugar, when you put it on the stove, it melts back to the liquid form it came from. And then when you put it back to cool, it then crystallizes.
So those little things that look like little fans, those little fans are fans of sugar?
These are actually sugar. You can shape them while they're still warm. You can shape them to anything you want. And before they get hard, of course.
So they're like a candy?
They're like candy, basically, yes.
So we got to try it.
Shake, you know, shake it all the time.
But you know what?
Wow, presentation
stuff, man.
Awesome job, boy.
That is really amazing. So we're here, folks, for those of you just logging in to the live stream. We're at the St. Kitts Eco Park. We're upstairs.
Wow.
Sugar Museum here at the St. Kitts Eco Park for the finals of Restaurant Week's cook-off, cooking competition, chef competition. Now, this is part of Restaurant Week, which normally would happen in July, but everything has been sort of disrupted because of the pandemic. But the folks at the Ministry of Tourism found a way to have the early part of the competition being done virtually. So the chefs, they encourage folks, you know, everybody was home trying their cooking, their hand at cooking and so on, trying recipes. So they encouraged people to film themselves preparing the food, and based on their technique and their presentation and sanitation and those sorts of things, they selected the finalists. So they hadn't tasted the dishes until they got here today. So they So today was round one. So based on those things, they brought them here today with their ingredients that they had indicated that they had used and wanted, and they had 45 minutes to prepare that
1 minute before the 45 minute
They have
mark.
1 minute left. Wow, so that was round one. We've gotten through that. 30
seconds.
Okay, so that was round one. And now for round two, they were given a mystery basket. So right here was the big reveal. It had in tilapia, chicken, zucchini, Parmesan cheese, and a dragon fruit. Okay, and they had 10 minutes to decide what they were going to prepare. And then they did that. And they had 10 minutes. They pulled things from what we call a community kitchen here, and that's a big table that has tons of other ingredients that they could pull from ginger and various oils and garnishes and all sorts of other produce. And yeah. So that's the time. Okay, so 45 minutes are up. So that means any chef that is not finished will be penalized for going over
So
time.
he have 8 minutes to go. Yep.
Oh, he has
8 minutes
eight extra minutes.
Yep.
Oh,
From
that's
the
why he's
previous-
looking so relaxed.
Yes, from round one. Everybody else finished. Everybody else finished except for Larry. Yeah, everybody else finished except for Larry.
Okay. Well, actually, Larry, when we say he's not finished, Larry's still within his time. What happened is the first round, where they prepared the dish that was judged virtually, if they had come in under time, they were able to put that time and roll it over into the second round. So Chef Larry, who is at the Royal St. Kitts, he's the executive chef there.
Yeah.
And
he's taking his time with the masterpiece.
Yeah, because he's now into the presentation part. But he has a whole, 7 minutes to play with. And he's quite clever, because you see what he did is now all eyes are on him. He has all the attention, everybody else is finished. Clever guy. So we're
almost
watching.
looked like melted ice cream, strawberry ice cream.
That was deliberate? It wasn't deliberate, but it worked out that way. And he's now presenting some broccoli. Was that fried, sauteed, or was the broccoli done? Roasted broccoli. Oh, I've never roasted broccoli. That must really bring out the flavor nicely.
Okay, cameraman, we're going to do the first presentation.
Okay. All right, so we're going to leave Chef Larry with his extra time to finish his presentation, and we're going to watch the...
So what we have here is a tilapia and dragon fruit ceviche, along with some mini zucchini sandwiches with a Dijon mustard sauce.
Okay. So what have you got in? Yes. What have you got in with the? So we've got tilapia.
So we got some tilapia, some purple onions, some yellow peppers, tomato, some lime juice, and cucumbers in there.
Okay. All right. Okay. Well, let's try it.
All right, so we have the chefs digging into the ceviche. But what they're doing is they're serving up a little sample. And one of the keys when you are tasting is that you don't want to eat too much, because you don't want to get so full. It does affect your taste. Chefs, judges, I must ask, what do you do in between to cleanse your palate? So that water?
Water.
Okay. Yeah, because you want to be sure that, that one food, that one flavor isn't affecting another. They found spoons. Okay, all right. They're managing. Okay, so they're trying the sandwiches and the ceviche prepared by, well, Yanero, tell us a little bit about yourself. Do you cook professionally?
No, I don't.
So what, you just like to, but what Yanni's One Pot? Tell us about that.
So Yanni's One Pot basically is a cook from home service. I cook, deliver, but now I've actually recently partnered since COVID, partnered with one of my friends. So we're over there at Pasture Side Bar and Grill. We set up a lot of different items, ranging from black pudding, come all the way down to pizza, steak and fries, lobster.
Wow.
Fried chicken, barbecue chicken, rabbit, you name it.
Rabbit?
I was going to ask you, Nero, so how long have you been cooking? You always could cook? You followed your mother around?
The only thing my mother taught me how to cook was rice and greens. And summers at home, down at the beach, that's what taught me to cook, really.
What, you catch fish and then what, had to cook it?
Catch, clean, grill.
So ever since you went to school, you were doing this?
Yes,
So you're self-taught?
pretty much.
That's amazing. Well, listen, this is such a great opportunity, and even the fact, so for instance, you know, I see you cut up and dice things, and you look like a professional. You never took any courses? Is it just
Never,
practice?
ever been to school, never been to nowhere else but my kitchen.
To learn how to cook and
Yes.
to dice like that.
Correct.
And to learn about flavors, just trial and error?
Well, I may not look like it, but I love to eat. So if you love to eat, you have to be able to prepare what you love. So I experiment with a lot of different things at home. Every day I just see something in the supermarket and decide, you know what, let me try that. Let me go home with that and try to see what happens with it.
Do you think this experience, well, I mean, you're already doing really well with Yanni's one pot. Where do you see yourself and cooking, say, in 10 years? Would you like to have like a storefront, a little restaurant?
Coming soon.
Coming soon. All right, I love to hear these stories. And we're going to remember you always, and we're looking out to see what you're going to be doing in the coming
All right, thank you.
years. You're most welcome. What a great opportunity for a young chef to try his hand and bring his experiments and his experience over the years to the public. All right, so let's talk to Risa. Risa's going to present.
Risa, come on down.
I really want to taste that curly bit of crystallized sugar. That looks really good. How can I, as a Kittitian, not know about the crystallized sugar? That, to me, should be like a Kittitian thing.
So here I have my chicken parmesan stuffed with bell peppers, red, yellow, green, and also topped with a basil leaf for increased flavor and scent. I also have my dragon fruit dice. The reason for just dicing my dragon fruit, because dragon fruit itself is such a ticklish fruit. It's very soft to the touch. So I have it incorporated with some caramelized sugar and also a hint of peppermint leaves that's in it to add flavor. I also have my zucchini sauteed and rolled with a little salt for flavor as well.
Yeah, you are, Claire, you are.
I got it. Yeah, I got it. Okay, and then we need to have some zucchini. Just have to keep that a little for myself and nice. Okay, and then we need to get some dragon fruit.
Well, for those who are watching the stream, we are looking at the chefs dig in
We are digging in.
into Risa's dish, which is a chicken parmesan. So the chicken is stuffed with parmesan and bell peppers and topped with the parmesan and a bay leaf for scent and flavor. See, I was listening, and the bay leaf was grown in her garden. I was listening. And then she has glazed, sort of, well, poured a sugar glaze on the dragon fruit, and she's also, for fun and flavor, created this crystallized, like a little curly fan of crystallized sugar that looks really delicious. And of course, a nice, healthy vitamin C packed tomato on the side. Oh, and of course, they've already seemed to have eaten all of her zucchini. She did a sauteed zucchini rolled. Now, did you just saute it in oil? Did you add any seasoning or anything?
Just a little salt, because the zucchini itself is so flavorful. It has a lot of water to it, so you don't need to add anything extra. Just salt to taste it, yeah.
Okay, so she's had the rolled zucchini, and I'm looking at the chef's faces. They're not allowed to tell us what they're thinking yet. They will make their notes, and they will discuss amongst themselves. We're going to find out here this afternoon, though, Pinocchio, who is the grand prize winner.
Who is going to win?
They're so busy eating that they can't talk. That's always a good sign.
2021.
So we still have Pearl and Larry to take and Chef Larry to take their dishes up to the judges. So Pearl has done her take on fish and chips. Her fish chips and dip. So just for those who may just be logging in now, tell us what you did. The ingredients in the basket were fish or chicken, so she went with the fish, a zucchini, a dragon fruit, and Parmesan cheese.
So I did a Parmesan encrusted zucchini fry. Then I made some fish nuggets, and I have a dragon fruit dipping sauce.
Pearl, come on down!
What she's just described is going up to the judges now, and after that, we'll see what Chef Larry has done. I see he likes roasting things. All right. I gotta tell you, right? I love a good fried anything. I like the crunch.
So that's fried tilapia. That's Parmesan encrusted zucchini fries. And then we have our dragon fruit sauce. So for the dragon fruit sauce, I sauteed some onions, sweet pepper, garlic, jalapeno with some ginger. Then I deglazed the pan with some white wine, because then a white wine complements fish well. Then afterwards, I turned off the fire and I hit it with a little bit of lemon juice to just increase the acidity. And then I used the immersion blender to blend it into a smooth paste, and then I ran it to the strainer and plated it.
All right, Pearl, you sound like you do this professionally.
I actually bake professionally. I'm not the biggest fan of cooking. I prefer to bake.
So, okay, but that's what you do professionally?
No, professionally, I am a graduate chemistry and math teacher.
All right. But you see, that chemistry is what let her know that by putting in the lemon afterwards, it's going to bring out the acidity, you said?
Yeah, I actually did my electives in food chemistry.
Oh, no, that is fascinating. Did you guys know that? You see, there's a whole...
So where's the Parmesan?
All right. So this is her secret weapon. She studied food chemistry.
No, I studied chemistry. I did my electives in food
chemistry. Oh,
chemistry.
she did. Okay. All right. She did your electives in food chemistry, which is fascinating. And that is, I mean...
Awesome. She likes that. Finish them.
This is how you know about flavors and how they work and how heat affects certain things and might make something sweeter or less sweet and so on. What a great little secret weapon to have if you're going in a cooking competition with a secret ingredient basket.
That is
All
so
right, teach. So your students might be watching you right now. Did you tell?
No, I didn't tell them. I told some of my former students.
Where do you teach?
Charleston Secondary. So last year I had fifth form chemistry, and I tried to incorporate some of the food chemistry. So I showed them how to make yogurt at home. And we actually made a white wine and red wine in the lab.
Hang on, you had your fifth formers distilling alcohol on the school premises?
They didn't taste it.
It's out now. So listen, I want to teach at Charlestown Secondary. I teach here, but I come into Nevis, all right? And you let me in your lab?
Of course, you can come in anytime.
All right. Okay, well, this is a graduate teacher who has her students making yogurt in their chemistry class and some other stuff. All right, and she has put those skills to work, especially with this secret ingredient basket, because she knows that, you know, when you put this before that and you heat this after that, you get the right chemical reactions. Now, I'm seeing one of the chefs nodding. I'm not going to say which one, but I'm seeing some nods. I hadn't noticed those before. We wish you all the best, Pearl. All right, you saw those nods? I saw some nods.
Last by no means least,
So, Larry
Mr.
now.
Larry, come on down.
So what has been amazing, and the judges are actually taking photographs. Larry, by slicing his chicken, which is stuffed, look at how pretty that looks. Because you're seeing it's made a little pattern, the stuffing in the middle.
All right. We have a zucchini parmesan stuffed breast. Let me hold the mic. Zucchini parmesan stuffed breast with roast broccoli and dragon fruit bobla. The inspiration behind the dish was a more earthy feel, a more earthy tone, hence the roasting of the chicken, the roasting of the broccoli, and I also touched some peppers for aesthetics and color, well, aesthetics in general. The chicken did go slightly over, but it's still equally delish. This is a reduction.
Balsamic reduction?
Yeah, balsamic reduction. I will also like to add that when I was seasoning my chicken, and when I was making the stuffing, to add some balance to the dish, I added some mango vinegar. I'm not sure if this is produced locally, but I wanted some fruity notes to it, so I just seasoned with the mango vinegar.
Peppers and not hot peppers.
No, these are seasoning peppers. They're not hot. This is broccoli. I stuffed it with zucchini and parmesan, and I added some breadcrumbs to give the stuffing some body. Yeah. The stuffing also has a little bit of rosemary and thyme, and chicken stock and butter.
Okay, nice.
The ginger carrot puree is also to add some earthy notes to the dish, because like I said, yeah, ginger carrot, yeah. Like I said, I wanted to keep it a very earthy dish, hence why everything's.
And this is the dragon fruit one here?
Roasting and the touching and everything. Yeah.
Chef, we got that's the dragon fruit.
It's more like
a
Thanksgiving dish, if you may.
This is the carrot ginger. Yeah.
Awesome.
Puree, no problem. When I tasted the dragon fruit by itself, I realized it doesn't have any strong flavors, so I try not to use any overpowering ingredients with the bubla. Gracias. What do you need, rice? And Mr. Jason, I know you are a fitness fanatic, so this dish will do good for you, huh? deliver it. Okay, thank you.
Whew, there you had it. Give it up for every chef. Wow. Hey, it's the first time I get these, right? But bye. I'm gonna take a picture, boy. Where one name missing? Oh, so Labby only had one. All right, so we're gonna wait until the judges them tally and see who is going to be the 2020-2021 St. Kitts Nevis Restaurant Week Virtual Cook-Off Champion. Who will be going home? The winner will be going home with this awesome trophy plus $1,000 and 365 days bragging rights. Whew. Watch out there, boy. Okay, DJ, I think we need some music now. Get the place a little lively, a little peppy, a little pep in the step. Yeah, I want to big up everybody on the live. I want to big up everybody on the live. Share the live. Share live. Big up all yourself. Thanks for all the comments. Yeah, man. I want to big up. Share the live. Share. I ain't gonna make nobody sue me now. Yeah, yeah, man. Today was a good day. Today was a good day. I want to big up everybody on the live. Scotty and Crow. Big up everybody. Yeah, man, today was fantastic. Next year is going to be bigger and better. Next year, all the chefs will have a mic pin on. They're going to have their own camera station next by them so you can see everything that's going on. Yeah, it's going to be bigger and better. The intro, they're going to come in on a helicopter. Hey. Why you say share the live? Now it's easy, $1,000 easy dollars. And the runners up are gonna get a participation trophy and $500. Wow. So there are gonna be no losers here. Everybody going home with something. Everyone going home with something. Yeah, but Tony, it's your time to cook now, you know. So Tony versus Alesta versus Miss Morton. Let's go. Cook off right now. Cook off.
Well, I have learned some things today.
Definitely.
Like if you put a little salt on zucchini and let it sit for a while, it pulls out some of the moisture of the zucchini, so it's not so wetty. So
okay, that's good.
I learned that. I learned what ceviche is, and so I learned that. And I learned some stuff.
Definitely.
So I am ready to eat. But I confess that at moments when Pinocchio and I felt quiet, we may or may not have been sampling.
Yes.
Some food, maybe, possibly. We might have been. So what do we have to do in this place to become a judge at one of these? I mean, you know, the judge, I think I could judge.
Yeah, definitely.
I think
definitely.
I think
that's the spot to be.
I think the judging is the way to go. And I think Pinocchio and I would be great judges because we're great eaters. And those make the best judges. All right, so the chefs are now all cleaning up behind themselves. And this is also a sign of a good chef, is that you will clean your own space. You don't just walk out, and that's all part of what they do. I find chefs very proud of their spaces, And they're really territorial, eh?
Definitely.
You know, like if you have your favorite knife and so you don't let anybody use your knife and that kind of thing. Are you like that, Chef Larry? You have like a favorite knife and nobody could use your knife and so? It's a chef thing, man. So, all right, so we're just waiting. We're going to find out today who the winner is. And I don't know if what we will do, I don't know if we have such charismatic chefs, charismatic judges. I think we could find one of the judges who would make the announcement. What do you think? I see them.
I see what you're doing there.
I see them with their calculators.
Yep.
Working out their marks.
You see judge number one wiping his head. Why? How going to judge this boy?
He's sweating it out. But I just want to talk a little bit about the criteria again. I just want to talk a little bit about the criteria for this portion of the exercise, so to speak. So they are judged on the taste and texture. And texture is very important because you could have something that tastes lovely, but the texture doesn't quite sit right. So texture is very important. And then
the cocktail lady gone? She gone?
Creativity is another, and that is, you know, how experimental and creative you are with your use of the ingredients and what you choose to do with what. And what was fascinating for me here today was seeing these chefs being given the exact same ingredients on the spot and coming up with 4 completely different meals. And that's incredible.
Someone online wanted to know who won in 2015.
In 2015, which was the very first year, the winner was Maureen Stapleton, and she did a breadfruit chowder.
Maureen Stapleton, she did a breadfruit chowder. 2015 winner.
And let me tell you, the breadfruit was the main dish, and that chowder was incredible.
You was there for that one too?
I was. That first one, I think, was at the old Fairview, which is now Nirvana. Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, the judge was there. You were there for that one, Judge? Wow.
Tell you, when there is a food competition, she is there.
Got you.
I think Claire probably just doesn't have to cook at all. You just go and judge competitions. So that was exquisite. And then in 2016, Sheila Harris, who is now very much involved, she went on to work in agro-processing. She, in the year that we had pumpkin as the main ingredient, she did a stewed pumpkin with chicken. And the following year was yam. And that winner is here with us today.
Yep.
Chef Larry Monrose, who is executive chef at the St. Kitts Hotel. And one of our finalists this year did a yam nochi with yam butter sauce. And as I was telling Pinocchio that year, because I think there's also a beverage portion, if I'm not mistaken. But certainly there was that year, and somebody did a cocktail using yam, if you can imagine it. It was really tasty. And then in 2018, plantain was the ingredient, and LaShawna Davis did Pastelon school infused jerk chicken and plantain lasagna. And then last year, LaShawna Davis came back and won again with coconut as the ingredient, and she did a pan-seared lionfish with a lime coconut sauce, served with sweet potato mash and coconut callaloo veg.
Wow.
I know, and I wasn't there for that one. How could I have missed out on all of that action? All right, so we have our online listeners. All right.
He said it tastes like heaven, so.
Which one? What did he taste? What is he talking about?
Which one?
The one from last year?
The last one.
Last one? He's rubbing our faces in it because we weren't there. Okay, so one of our AV crew is boasting off about the heavenly lionfish with the lime coconut sauce and the sweet potato mash and coconut callaloo.
And then 2019.
I tell you, I'm getting hungry just thinking about it. All right, so we're here at the Eco Park, the St. Kitts Eco Park, and we are upstairs, the Sugar Museum. Beautiful venue, and the sun is just beginning to slide down to say goodnight to us. And it's coming right in through the skylight. And it's really beautiful. And look at that, look to that. It's like this big path. It's like a big roadway of diamonds going right down the middle of the sea.
Ooh, what a shot. With the cameraman taking a shot.
Beautiful, beautiful shot. Can the streaming, can they get the camera on that? Where are the camera guys? Are probably eating all food, Pinocchio. So we're here upstairs, the Sugar Museum at the Sin Kids Eco Park.
So everybody online, tell me who you think gone with it this afternoon. Put it in the comment section. Who you think won this afternoon?
So was it the ceviche? Was it the tilapia ceviche with the dragon
Will the trophy go back to Queen City Nevis?
I know we have our chemistry.
Will it stay in Sugar City St. Kitts? Let's find out.
Hold on, there's a speaker there.
Who do you think gone with it this afternoon in the comment section?
Hold on, she brought all these people with her from Nevis. Good afternoon. Did you all come over just for this?
Well, I reside away.
Reside away? What, you got stuck here by the court?
No, I actually came here.
Since, okay, so boy, I'd say this is a person who knew where to be. One of the safest places in the world to be right now. And do you live in Nevis?
No, I live in St. Kitts.
You're here to cheer on, all right.
For sure.
Have you tasted her cooking before?
Yes.
Okay, so and we have somebody right down at the end who is looking at me and saying, if you bring that mic over
but
here.
But Tony, be careful that she from SP with the best piece. Somebody give me a hope.
All right, and are you from Nevis?
I'm a Kittitian. Pearl Bergen is my sister.
Oh, okay. Is Pearl from St. Kitts as well?
Okay, Nevis, some people say Nevis, some people say Larry. Go Chef Larry.
Well, we're all Kitty Visions.
Somebody say one pot.
Correct.
All right, so sister, what's your sister?
Larry for sure.
Patricia.
Oh, you're both.
All your teeth in grand slang.
Patricia is here, and they're here to cheer on Pearl. And of course, if she wins $1,000, they probably want to help you spend it too. But does she cook? She cooks.
Someone said it's between Larry and your Nero.
Man, that is the person to have.
She baked me my 40th birthday cake.
You can't be 40. When you tell.
I am 49 years of age.
Pearl, is she being absolutely honest?
Scotty said you're Nero for me.
Well, I am quite blown away. So, how is she going to top? You're 49 years old? Well, now the whole world knows, it's about 12,000 people online, right? So everybody, you should be proud anyway. Yeah, I would be too if I were you. Well, lovely to meet you, Sister Patricia.
Hodge, thanks.
Patricia Hodge. It's lovely to meet you, Sister Patricia Hodge. Okay, you're welcome.
Nice meeting you too.
All right. Okay, so the folks here were allowed to bring a few folks with them. So the chefs were allowed to bring some moral support with them to today's event. And as you can see, Pearl has her cheering squad.
Yep.
Daddy is here too as well. And he says that she has just, she's been cooking ever since he can think of it. But she, apparently baking is her thing. But I like the whole chemistry teacher thing. I think that's Chef, you brought all of these with you, or you just told them what you needed?
I brought all with me.
But you could have told them what you needed.
I'm not sure.
Soon finish, judges. Soon finish tallying.
Precaution is better than cure.
All right.
Ooh, tired boy.
So chef not taking any chances, because they can say, look, I need this, and this. But if you have a special sauce you like, or a special brand of oil that's your thing, and you want it to taste exactly so, you're going to make sure that you have what you need. So we're just waiting for the judges to finish tabulating their scores. And what Pinocchio and I are going to do, we're actually going to let one of the judges say who the winner is here today. And remember, the winner gets a trophy, $1,000, and bragging rights for not just a year, but forever, because one of the wonderful things about this competition is that they always go back and remember the past winners. So it's not just for now, and it's not just for a year. It's going to become part of our culinary history here in St. Kitts and Nevis. So, and I love that we have representation out of Charlestown as well. It truly is a St. Kitts and Nevis cook-off. I think it was a great idea as well, having to reschedule it to put it during the Independence activities. That's a nice touch. Usually it takes place in June in the lead up to Restaurant Week, which is in July. And one of the reasons for putting it at that time of the year is because generally it's a slower time of the year. It is what we call our off season. So it was actually designed as a means to boost the hospitality industry during the slow season. So you had the competition and all the interest going in the food, and then you had Restaurant Week, which encouraged locals, because we didn't have a lot of visitors, locals and residents, to go out to the restaurants. They would all offer specials on their meals for that week. They would do a dish with whatever the ingredient was for that year. And of course, whatever at that point was the winning dish, many of the restaurants would have been provided with a recipe and offered that dish as well. So that is what usually happens. But this year with the pandemic, the actual cook-off was delayed, but now they have put it in with the Independence activities, and that works out quite nicely as well. And because things were a little bit more, what's the word I'm looking for, fluid, rather than limit the chefs to a single ingredient, they gave them the option to choose from any of the ingredients that were main ingredients in the previous years. So breadfruit, pumpkin, yam, plantain, coconut, they could have used any or all of those. And in fact, I saw some of the booths did have more than one of those ingredients there. And so they had a little bit more wiggle room with the ingredients this time around. Again, we're going to find out tonight. The 3 judges are now consulting. They are tabulating their scores because they would have judged our dishes here today, and the chefs, because it wasn't just about the dish, it was also how they prepared the dish, literally, their presentation, how they did their food, if they adhered to the safety standards and so on. That was actually worth 10 points. I don't think we've given the actual point breakdown. Taste and texture is 30 points, creativity 20 points, execution, so the use of the ingredients, 25 whole points. Sanitation and hygiene, 10 points. And then that wonderful presentation at the end, 15 points. All right. So
judges, them ain't playing ball, they're in cabinet.
They really look like they're in cabinet for True Boy. Look at them go. Yeah. Oh my goodness.
Telling you.
Okay, so we're watching our judges here today in the competition. We have Jason Lynch, who is the operations manager at Carambola Restaurant, and he also is the owner of Sweet Pot, SKN. We have Claire Rawson, who is a chef and also a hotelier, now retired from her formal career, but very much involved in the industry and continues to be and give a lot of her time as well on committees and such. Including judging such things, and Chef Peter Marshall, who is the culinary lecturer at the Clarence Fitzroy Bryant College. So he has all of the young future chefs in his hands. So it's going to be interesting to see what they agree upon. But it's a very deep discussion. This is no rush thing where they're just taking their points and adding them up. They are discussing the nuances of the meals, about how this felt and this tasted and this felt in the mouth, how this felt to cut, whether something was too runny or too dry. They're really getting very involved and in coming to their decisions. It's interesting to be able to watch them do their thing. But I think it's heartening, especially to the participants, to see how much they're putting into making those final decisions. It's not just about numbers, it's about them discussing the actual meal and the presentation and all of the different elements that went into it, and whether or not all the criteria were met and such. Now I think they're discussing who is going to announce the winner. and Claire Rawson herself, who for years owned and operated Rollins Plantation Inn, I don't think that was a volunteer thing. The guys decided, Jason and Chef Peter decided that Claire Rawson was going to be making the final decision. But I need Pinocchio and Pinocchio, I need you to come and introduce Claire's presentation of the winner, who tonight is going home with a trophy.
Are we ready? We ready?
A trophy and 1,000. You see, that's why I called him over. I can't do it.
Are you ready? Ladies and gentlemen, children of all ages, let's get ready for the result.
She's just going to announce the winner because everybody else is a participant and will get the what's the word? The compliment. What's the prize? When it's not the first prize, it's right. They'll get the prize, the participation prize. But you see, if she announces those three, then we'll know who the winner is. So we're just going to go straight to the winner. Okay.
Okay. Well, let's find out. So use this mic.
Okay. So we're going to go straight to the winner. The thing is that it was very, very tight, eh? Chefs?
Paging all the chef. Front and center, please.
Who are we missing? Where's Yanero?
Yanero.
He's coming, okay. Can you all come?
Yeah,
here?
come.
Chef Larry, can you come a little bit?
It's about that time to find out the 2021.
Okay. Right, chefs and cooks, all chefs tonight. No, this was really tough. It was because, especially that second basket, you already thought on your feet, and it was brilliant. I mean, we were really, stunned by how you pulled out all the stops, and everything was fantastic. So, basically, we were all quite even with what we thought about you all. Very high standards, so nobody, was sort of overshadowing anybody else. But yes, we do have a clear winner. And that clear winner today is Pearl. But, it really, and obviously because, we were joking and saying that your science obviously came in quite a bit into your cooking. But no, everybody, I cannot say this enough. I was so impressed by everything. I mean, it really, really was very good. Some years it's a little bit kind of touch and go for me, and I'm not that, keen on everybody. But I would have any of you all cook for me any day. So that is really saying something. And please continue, eh? I mean, those who are not in the cooking thing all the time, you guys are. And good luck with your thing. Keep on going. You're a professional. But you two ladies, you're great. And please continue. Keep it up. And keep on entering the competitions. We want to see you again. Okay? Yay.
Via you had it, give it up for Pearl. Woo. She's going home with a trophy.
Okay, Tishana, can you help me, please?
Yep. Where's Tishana?
Yes.
She gone.
We have participation trophies, each individual, other than the winner. These are kind of, a little dry time, so we couldn't get a participation trophy for every single person. So we have the winner's trophy, and then we have a trophy for each individual other than the winner who would have participated. But I want, on behalf of the Ministry of Tourism, to say congratulations to all of you. I overheard the chief, I would say chief judge, because she was the individual who, spoke on behalf of the judges.
Yep.
I feel very encouraged to hear her saying that she would have any of you, that the competition was that tight, that she would have any of you cook for her at any time. I think you ought to give yourselves a round of applause. You should feel very, very proud. She was honest. She says that she has had years where she has, had her times when she would have been, But this year, she was able to say that she could see how every single individual made it into the final round. And I want to say congratulations again. So Tishona, I think we have a participation envelope and trophy for each individual. Yanero,
come on down. Give it up for Yanero.
Next person. Risa.
Risa, come on down. Give it up for Risa. Queen City Nevis also.
And Larry.
Give it up for Chef Larry.
And then the winner, Pearl.
And the winner. Make some noise! Woo! SP with the best be. Hope, 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 hope. Queen City Nevis. The winner got a trophy.
We want to say thanks to all of those persons, all of the supporters who would have come out this afternoon as well. All of the persons who would have followed the competition on the social platforms that we would have had. How many you said, Pinocchio, how many were we up to at some point?
15,000.
15,000. And I think that this is something that we are going to try to replicate in the future. Even if we have persons physically coming, more persons, we definitely are going to look at live streaming, because we are engaging thousands of persons beyond who in a physical setting we would be able to accommodate. Tony says all in California and so on, people were looking on and commenting. Pearl says her friends from Jamaica and Trinidad were watching it live. So friends from Jamaica and Trinidad, thank you very much for, I'm sure that would have given Pearl that additional incentive and motivation and courage and so on to actually do her very, very best this afternoon. So all of those persons who would have been following us, continue to follow us for the rest of the activities. That's one thing. In the Ministry of Tourism, we are very innovative. We are always trying new stuff. We're always trying ways to make sure that we keep our stakeholders aware of developments in the sector. We want to make sure that we engage them. We want to hear from them, because very often people have ideas, they have suggestions, they have recommendations, and it makes no sense for us to go out on our own and just do things that we feel we can impose on people. So we're always willing to hear from the general public, from persons who are working in the tourism industry, so that we learn from them. And we do our best to make sure that we are able to support the initiatives that they would want to see being developed in the tourism industry. So we are very happy with how everything has turned out here this afternoon. I think COVID-19 is going to sharpen us in a lot of ways that perhaps it's not just all negative. And I like to feel that in life it's about the perspective that you choose to interpret what is going on around you from. So it's all about staying positive, making sure that we use the opportunities that we have to sharpen our skills, to reinvent ourselves, refresh the product that we have, make sure that when tourism gets back on its feet and it is fully re-energized, that we are ready to embrace whatever comes with it. Already, St. Kitts, the Federation, is getting a lot of international recognition, rave reviews for the very successful way in which we would have managed. I don't think we want to lose that good, solid reputation that we have out there. Let's remember that when travel resumes again, people are going to be looking to travel to places where they feel they are going to be safe. Let us make sure that St. Kitts remains on the top of the list when people are exploring those destinations that they want to travel to. So again, thank you very much. We are working very hard. That is the whole ethos of Restaurant Week. We are working very hard to develop our food tourism, gastronomy, cuisine, whichever word you want to use. And we want to be known in St. Kitts as a place where you can come and you can have a very authentic and real taste of the destination. So all of those persons who are out there, you are cooking, you love to cook, perhaps you feel as if, man, this is a little thing that I'm doing in my home. Nobody would be interested in eating what I am preparing. You might be very surprised if you try your hand at this thing and you find out that, listen, I really have a special touch. I really can prepare some, dishes, beverages, and so on, that people would be willing to come and sit and dine or even take away. So thank you very much to all of our esteemed judges. Chef Peter, who else we had? Just remind me. Our judges, Claire and Chef Jason. Thank you very much to our special guests. Let us put our hands together for our judges. I know they would have had a tough task, but they managed to come up with an answer, a response, a result that would make all of us feel very happy. And we feel good to know that these 4 young people are actually here working in St. Kitts in the tourism scene and in the culinary industry. Thanks again, everybody. Safe journey back home. Take your time. I know some of you had a little wine, and some of you had a little the cocktail. So please drive slowly. Make sure that you handle the wheel. Get home safely. Thanks to the team from the Ministry of Tourism. Put your hands together for the organizing team from the Ministry of Tourism. Alistair, Jason, Tishona, Tishel, Jonil was here earlier this afternoon. Anybody else? Am I missing out anybody? Floyd was here. Anybody else from tourism? All of those persons. Charlene would have worked behind the scenes to prepare the venue. All of those persons who would have worked behind the scenes. Thank you so much. Have a good evening, everyone.
All right, and I want to big up everybody online. See you guys next year.
Wait, before you say that, and yeah, to all the folks online, but I have been asked by Miss Hodge, who is the sister of the winner, to shout out all her kids at Morris Hillier. Hey!
Big up Morris Hillier.
Scotty, later.
Until next year, see you all.
Can I get all the participants to take a photo, please?
Talk again. Who got the mic? Who got the mic? Who got the mic? Tishel. Okay, Tishel ain't saying nothing.